My lovely, lovely, lovely imps. I'm sick of Joe Biden being the nominee of the DNC, and I'm ready for Kamala Harris. Woo! Rebel Queen, Paige, Punk Corpse, Uncle Gumball, Just a Furry, Renewed Wolf, JS Masochist, Polaire, Gayfesh, the one and only Louie Boy, Partly, Fohammer, Thandria, Saffirgeist, Joey Ravioli, Seer Sozzy, Dank Catlord, Calliope, Margot the Mar Gnome, Zadoki, Lauren X Pandamus, Fohammer, Celestial Wolves, Rioma, Jack the Ripper, Lydia, Double Chinsey, Comrade Girl. I spitted. I'm so sorry. I spitted. Comrade Girl 2018, Witch Knight Melody, Baphomet, Gurnatath, Windleby, Revan777, Cosine V, Celestial Wolves. I'm literally spitting. Xerox, Ultimate Stapler, Nethercat. And from the YouTube chat, we have Arden Rose, Bingo Bongus, Brittles, Anatomy of Fear Gaming, AM Rash. Oh, look who's here. It's a perfect opportunity for you to come on and say hello. Look, you get to see Faun today. What a beautiful day to see Faun. Say hi to the chat.
Outside.
You can read off your names. Read off that name.
Floofy Momo.
You gotta say it loud.
Floofy
Read off this
Momo,
one.
Maki Pocky, Renewed Wolf.
This one.
AM Rash, X Cozy, Left, Piza, Ugly Pie, Colin Vandenberg, Thaya, Ice Blossom.
There you go. You don't have to do any more reading. I'm sure I'm hurting your brain.
Hello, everyone.
How you doing? Your hair looks so nice.
Yeah, well, it's
Thank you. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna tell him everything in a second. So thank you. Are we gonna get a Kamala ghost emote? All right, everybody. We're gonna. Oh my God. Hold on a second. Hold on a minute. Don't get on top of me yet. Paul M. Elzio Ruiz. I did a little letter swap. Red Dawn, Dolphins Attack, Hypno, Amber, Arlo, 8D, 5D, 2D, Derek, great to see you. Partly, Polaire, Dark Morgwin, 2-Bit Dork, Funny Haha. There's a funny haha for you. Ella Gage, A Good Dog, Nerium, Mr. Krabs, Castrix, Grouchy Ash, Rusty, Shackleford. Damn, we got a bumpin' chat tonight. That's what I like to see. That's what I like to see. Yo, thank you, Hippie Punk, for the shout out on Twitter. I appreciate that. I'll give you a little quote retweet there. Or a little retweet, rather. Yeah, sometimes I call people out 2 times because my short-term memory goes whoop, 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 because there's so many names. You know? We're seeing history once again. Listen. Anything interesting happened since last stream? Nothing ever happens, people, when something really small and way overdue happens. Okay, listen. The things happen crowd. Okay, I have a theory about the things happen crowd. And what the hell? Oh. I realized I had something stuck in the wrong position. That's why my dress looked weird. The something happens crowd. Okay, first of all, the something happens crowd is like a collective illusion. It's like a collective delusion, okay? Everyone in the world, by default, is in the something happens crowd because time moves forward in a linear fashion, and most everyone can acknowledge that, and most everyone lives in a world where things happen and observe moments of history as they happen and unfold, which happens constantly. But there's a subsection of people who believe that they're the only ones that believe that things happen. And those people, they summoned a secondary crowd to be their own opponent. They psychically induced a crowd that was called the Nothing Ever Happens crowd. And so today is a day of the something happens crowd, the self-styled and self-crowned something happens crowd, losing their absolute shit over people that may or may not actually exist. It's a wonderful thing to behold. And so I had a little fun with that on Twitter, as you imagined, you know. Wow, by the way, I'll read all the donos very shortly. Thank you to everyone who is donating. Seriously, it means a lot. I know that you can't see it because I'm positively glowing and my energy is high, but my tummy hurts really bad right now because I accidentally ate a poisoned piece of food yesterday, and I've actually been mostly hunched over in pain for the last 12 plus hours. But I care about my imps, and I care about being able to laugh at all of this news so much that I am going to tank through this tummy ache until it takes me down so that we can laugh, because let me tell you, I don't know how it was possible, but today ended up being one of the funniest days that has happened in a long time. So thank you to everyone who is willing to be so kind and donate today. This has been a brutal month for me. I had like 3 different sicknesses in a row, and all of them sucked. The worst one, of course, being my throat infection, but thankfully that one's gone. I'm sick of being sick. So here's a day where I'm going to defy my sickness for you all. Paul's ego sends his regards. Goodbye, Demon Mama. I don't think Paul's ego... Wait, Paul's ego... I'm not at war with Paul's ego. Paul's ego is at war with somebody else. Paul's ego is at war with Vosh. Let's be real. Would you be willing to cover the AOC Instagram video? We might, just because the AOC Instagram video was so painful. I'm definitely going to talk about it. I don't know if we're going to watch the whole thing, but... My goodness. I will definitely be reading off all the donos soon, so thank you to everyone who has donated so far. And is Paul coconut pilled? I think he is. I'm pretty sure Paul is the one who runs the Deep Fat Fried account, and Deep Fat Fried was posting pro Kamala. I know TJ is officially pro Kamala. I can hear Doe. I think you actually can hear someone else. Maybe you can hear Doe. You can probably hear Doe, Faun, and our guest who's visiting. So, say hi to our guest. Say hi. Wait, what time is it? Oh no, maybe our guest is leaving. Okay, well, it's all right. Yo, Dizzy Rat, I hope that went well. Is your guest Kamala? Yeah, we've had a guest staying over for a couple days. It's been very, very fun. We've been having a good time. Well, everyone but me has been having a good time because I've been sick for the last, like, I guess it's been more than 12 hours now. Well, I guess no, it's actually been about 12 hours. Anyway, I should tell the story. I was eating waffle fries from a restaurant yesterday, and I ate one of the waffle fries, and then when I swallowed it, I noticed that it tasted very disgusting. And I was like, that's disgusting. That was horrible. Was it moldy? I don't know. And then I was like, I'm not eating any more of these fries. And I'm like, but I already ate that one, so I'm probably fucked. And then like it was more like 6 hours later, I was like, oh, and I just like was like, oh no, it's fucking over. And it was not over, but it was very painful. I had a really bad tummy ache for like all night, and so I just snoozed and slept and snoozed and slept. And then I woke up this morning and I was like, ow, my tummy still hurts really bad. But green potatoes are poison? No, I don't think they are. I think it was literally a moldy potato made it in, and moldy potatoes can give you real bad tummy ache. I'm doing a lot better now, obviously, because I'm on stream, but I'm just saying. Jake P with the $5 super chat. First super chat ever. Oh my God, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Jake P. Jake P says, I was literally accused of being a Kremlin plant on a lefty blog for suggesting 3 days ago that Biden should drop out. That's absurd, okay? And first of all, that was not a lefty blog. That's a neoliberal blog. Just a little hinty poo for you. That ain't no lefty blog. Those are neolibs. But yeah, the Biden copers have been insane, and I have a special gift for you today. Which is to say, I have been gathering Biden cope this morning. I have a whole folder, in fact, of Biden cope, and I'm going to share it with you, and we're going to have a nice laugh together. And here's the deal. If you have right now, this is the call out to the imps. If right now you know of a Biden cope that you think I probably missed, this is your chance to submit links to me, okay? Don't go crazy. Don't send me like 20 links in a single message. But if you have a real good example of Biden cope, send it to me via the chat. I'll click the link. This is the only time. I rarely ever allow links. But if you have a good example of Biden cope, please submit it and I'll click on it, and then we can add it to the cope compilation, because we're gonna have a little bit of fun. I may have prepared a little bit of a, slideshow or something along those lines. Because let me just tell you, some of it has been truly epic. Yeah, I saw that, Panic Stasis, don't you worry. Ooh, we're getting some submissions already. Let's take a look. Oh, no. Wait, I haven't seen this video. All right, hold on a second. Is this from today? I'm sorry. We're going to do it. We're doing it.
I'm more excited to vote for Kamala because I find her so much more funny than Biden. Biden was very pragmatic, and yeah, he would joke, but it would be like how an old man jokes. I would have still voted for him proudly, but I'm really excited for voting for Kamala. I mean, that's well and good. I will admit that a very small part of me, kinda wants to see Trump win, or it's less so wants to see Trump win, but thinks Trump will win.
Oh! The fucking irony! The fucking irony!
And when he does, that part of me will be able to I told you so everybody who called for Biden to step down. But that is a very small part of me, and I don't want that. I will admit though, the vindication.
Bro, my man.
The timeline where I get vindicated.
This is the guy who was fucking calling me and a couple other people fucking Trump supporters for saying that Joe Biden should definitely be out of the race. Oh man, that is gold. Oh, that is holy shit. Oh man. That one's going in the compilation. Oh man. No, Ryoma, that hasn't been happening for a long time. It's been a long time without you, my friend. That's what's been playing in my mind this whole day. This morning, I was sitting there and I was watching as the Biden copers, the Wiz Khalifa line from that song from the Fast and Furious 7, you know? Oh, and then the Wiz Khalifa line comes in, it's like, all the planes that we flew, all the things that we did, you know that one? That was fucking, whoo! Oh man, that's so funny. Fabricio says, hi to you, Mama. I'm not sure if Biden dropping out was a good idea, but you have great political instincts. Hopefully it all turns out good. Okay, here's the thing. I'm just gonna say this real quick. We're gonna get into all of this. We're gonna do all of this, okay? But I need people to understand. Joe Biden dropping out was the only option, okay? The other option would be to give it to Donald Trump, okay? Joe Biden has COVID right now. COVID, which notoriously affects your cognitive ability. Joe Biden was bungled the debate. He was completely face planting in all of his interviews. The man did a when we watched that Lester Holt thing, do you guys remember when he said wubba bubba hubba bubba? Like, the dude's brain is gone. He's not getting any better, and he has COVID now. If they kept him in, it would have been horrifically embarrassing flub after horrifically embarrassing flub after horrifically embarrassing flub until he alienated any voter who had even the slightest bit of doubt. Anyone who isn't like the most vote-pilled freak would have not felt comfortable voting for Joe Biden or would have simply forgotten to go to the polls. And then Donald Trump would have won. Joe Biden might be the only person who could lose to Donald Trump. Now, it is, I mean, I'm not going to rule out anything at this point, but Joe Biden, like, there was no path forward. And the reason that you can be sure that this is the case is the fact that he did it at all, okay? Like, Joe Biden did not, there was no mechanism by which Joe Biden could truly be forced out of the White House. I want you to think about how bad it must have been for Joe Biden to announce now, Sunday, going, holy shit, I gotta step out. He must be corn popping, he must be talking to his wife and thinking that she's, like, his sister again. All right, yeah, you know what? Schizo Bailey, you're unblocked. I'm feeling magnanimous. Unblocked, my friend. Let the past be the past. You're free. Unblocked. The blessing of Kamala. So yeah, it is possible that, like, it's too late and that the Dems are still going to struggle against Trump, but I really do not think that's the case. All of my extended family members that I've talked to have been expressing concern about Biden's age since well before the debate stuff happened, okay? Like, in the undecided voters, in the Obama to Trump voters, in the older folks who waffle all over the place or who don't show up to vote at all, Like, that group of people was not having Biden, and they were certainly not going to have him more if he went up on stage and kept calling world leaders by the name of their mortal enemy. It's just, oof. The Mad Harper says, hey, Demon Mama, can I ask what books are on your shelf behind you, specifically the black books with the red text? That is Berserk, which is the best manga that I've ever read in my entire life. Probably the best comics format media that I've read in my entire life, which is saying a lot because I really like a lot of Alan Moore's stuff. But that is the Berserk collection. The other books are, I have my Dune. These are all Dune, with the exception of that one right there. That is The Creative Gene by Hideo Kojima. And then there's a notebook over there. These two are Dune. These two are Dune. That's a notebook. And then right behind me, I have Serious Weakness and Torture Works by Porpentine. Any Sandman? I haven't read Sandman yet, but I'd like to. Berserk, I cannot recommend enough. Just go read it right now, okay? If you've ever even thought about reading Berserk, I promise you, you will not regret it. It is fucking phenomenal. It is a endless, emotional, and artistic feast. Truly a magnificent work that has deeply, deeply inspired me, so. Ruby Moonlight with the $10. Thank you so much. Ruby Moonlight, thank you. Ruby Moonlight says, I'm so relieved that Biden dropped out. It doesn't mean we won't still lose, but at least now there's some hope. Seriously. And of course, we're going to dig into all of this tonight on the stream. That's the subject of the stream. That's what we're going to be talking about a whole bunch. But the amount of relief that I feel right now about things that I can barely impact with my own voice is significant. It feels like somehow the train was slightly redirected, and it's still scary, but yeah. Margot the Marnome with the $10. Are you going to review Jedi Survivor: The Acolyte in the near future? Yes, I would like to. But I'm doing some thinking right now. I'm doing some really heavy thinking about how I want to handle my media and review stuff in the future, and whether I'm going to do a whole bunch more or whether I'm just going to do a normal amount more. So, yes, with a question mark, but yeah. Yo, happy birthday, Mama Mephistopheles. Okay, let me bring up, I'm gonna read off the chats, or I'm gonna read off the super chats and the donos that I missed real quick, and then we're gonna keep talking because I have a lot of stuff to say. By the way, if you are here, I haven't even done the shout out. We have 422 beautiful viewers. You are the future's imps, and this is the age of the imp, baby. If you're here and you haven't pressed like on the stream, please press like on the stream. Every single like, especially early on, brings us new viewers, and I always want new viewers. And if you're not subscribed, hit subscribe, because you know you want to see what I'm cooking. Whoopsies, I typed my own website wrong. That's always good. Always a good thing when you type your own frickin' website wrong. I have to rant to you guys about something. I was like seething earlier, okay? And I have to talk to you about it. Ron's KFC with the unbelievably generous $20 super chat. Oh my God, thank you, Ron's KFC. If Kamala is gonna run, she needs to announce it tonight and come out swinging. She already announced. Hit Trump for the 30 times he lied in his debate with Biden. Explain what Project 2025 will do and how she will capitalize on Biden's success. The good news is she has already hit the road running. So, I didn't see that one, but I'd love to. Wait, I might have. I don't know, actually. I don't know what the clip is. Fox referred me to you? Based. Hell yeah. I don't know how that worked out, but happy to have you. Did Fox News do coverage of me? That'd be hilarious. Appalachian Anarchist with the tier 2 sub. Thank you so much. What better time to resub? Demon Mama nailed Mamala so well. Hold on a second. I haven't even done it yet. I haven't even done my thing. I had to wait until it was like 30 seconds into the video or whatever, but now I can. You have permission to come. You may come. Can I get a Majora's Mask Kamala laugh? You got it. See, look at that. I didn't even finish the message, and there you go. Uncle Gumbald with the tier 1 gifted sub. May sentient rat tread the path of Mrs. Brisby and find its way out of the lab. True! Oklahoma with the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. It's commencing. LB says, why are you laughing? Am I missing something? Did something big and important happen? Yes. Uncle Gumbald says, oh wait, that was from last stream. All right, we're all caught up. Damn, that was a great catch up. Thank you all. All of you who donated, thank you so much for supporting this viewer-supported show. Thank you so much. I'm gonna come in the overflow room. He won't be coming in the overflow room anymore. Did she announce? Yeah, she did. She said, hold on. She said she accepted the endorsement and that she's gonna win. Hold on, let me see here. Here we go. On behalf of the American people, I thank Joe Biden for his extraordinary leadership as President of the United States and for his decades of service to our country. I am honored to have the President's endorsement, and my intention is to earn and win the nomination. I will do everything in my power to unite the Democratic Party and unite our nation to defeat Donald Trump and his extreme Project 2025 agenda. If you're with me, add a donation right now. So, yeah. So yeah, she formally announced. She's just, the nomination process still has to go through. Did any channel broadcast it? I don't know. That's from her official Twitter, so I don't know. Who should the VP be? I think there are a ton of options for VP. I think her VP pick. Okay, if you want the God's honest truth, I'm gonna have to. I'm sorry. This is gonna be a little disorganized. I'm gonna repeat myself again later when we, organize up just a little bit and we talk formally about this. But the real answer to that question is Bernie Sanders. The obvious answer is Bernie Sanders. In fact, if you wanted to obliterate Trump completely, as in no fucking shot, Donald Trump would be done dead in the water, she should nominate Bernie Sanders as her VP. Now that's never gonna happen. I think that is so unlikely to happen. Bernie is like 90, but it doesn't matter because Kamala's 59, so who cares? Bernie is older than Biden? Yeah, but it doesn't matter because he's a VP. He's not, he's the second in position and Kamala's 59. The thing is with Bernie is that Bernie would pull in, it would be the reason, and the reason why I say this, and it's never gonna happen, but the reason why I say this is because Bernie would be Kamala basically extending a hand to all of the people who got burned by Bernie getting crunched out of the race. It would be a free gimme for her. Bernie has an insane fan base, a genuinely, and I don't mean like Bernie bros. I mean like they're very passionate. That people would see that as a recognition of what Bernie brought to the ticket, even though the VP is not it's not that powerful of a position in and of itself. It would be a very good move. It would also bring in people who want something new. Because Bernie, doesn't matter his age, Bernie represents something new. And a lot of people want something new. That's why they went for Trump in the first place. And that's why they're not jazzed about Trump or Biden, because both of those are known quantities. People really, they're like, people underestimate the American craving for something new, and Bernie in their minds is a symbol of something new. It doesn't matter if he's actually old. He's not he wouldn't be the president. He wouldn't be giving speeches all the time. Zoe Wilcox with the $10, some of the best news I could have woken up to. Thank you for the $10 super chat, and indeed. I think that Bernie would actually be the most demented, awesome pick that you could possibly have. Like, that would be such a power move, but it won't happen. What I think is actually going to happen, what I actually think is going to happen is that it is probably going to be Roy Cooper or Josh Shapiro. I think, I always get the first name. Is it Josh Shapiro? Yeah, the governor of Pennsylvania. And the reason for that is that obviously PA is a contested state. Josh Shapiro is very popular, and that would basically be a free win in one of the swing states. The reason why I say Roy Cooper is because Roy Cooper and Kamala seem to have a strong relationship, and they were just on the campaign trail recently and seem to be doing very good. Yeah. I've seen people say Pritzker, but I really don't know much about Pritzker. I'll be completely honest. It won't be Newsom and it won't be Gretchen Whitmer unless something really miraculous happens, because both Whitmer and Newsom have explicitly stated they are not interested in engaging in the presidential run, and also they're in positions of comparative high power. So. Yeah. I don't think it'll be Newsom, but B. Shamotin with the $2 super chat. Thank you so much. Do you think Harris has damaged goods to the party? Nope, not even close. I don't think anyone gives a shit. I think everyone is. I think that people are going to be excited that it's not Biden anymore. Kamala Harris is a comparative unknown because she stayed quiet for a really long time, but she can actually campaign. She has energy. She can actually campaign. She can finish 3 sentences without going, anyway, blah, 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 blah. So, yeah, I don't think so. I don't think that at all. AOC VP, is AOC even old enough? I don't think that'll happen anyway. No, she's not old. Wait, for VP, what's the age requirement for VP? $35. She's a year too young. I don't think it'll happen. She turns 35 in October. Oh, okay. So, but I still don't think it'll happen. I wonder if the party leadership are going to associate her with Biden, though. It doesn't really matter because she's not Biden. That's her biggest advantage. Even if she's associated with Biden, she's not. She's visually not Biden. She doesn't use Biden's rhetoric. She doesn't talk like Joe Biden. She even has a different history of politics than Biden. So, yeah. What do the coconuts mean? It's a reference to a speech that Kamala Harris gave where she talked about, she said, "You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? You exist in the context of all that came before." That's the speech. So, that's the reference to the coconuts. cool, Ryuki. Thank you. Appreciate that. I will say this. She's kept her head down more than the last 6 VPs. She's got to be doing something right. I don't know. I mean, VPs tend to mostly be a pretty quiet role. That's kind of their job. The role of a VP is to be able to go do stuff that has less eyes on it than the president, and also to kind of just basically support. I will say she has been a particularly quiet VP, but even still, yeah. Welcome to Earth with the $30 donation. Thank you so much. Smartest point I've heard on this so far, Demon Mama. Kamala stayed quiet for 4 years, which I complained about, so no one paid attention or tried building a negative story around her. Yeah, she has a huge advantage in that. Thank you so much, Welcome to Earth. Seriously. Thank you so much, and I appreciate your kind words. Yeah, she was more quiet than most VPs, even though the VP role is generally pretty quiet. Like, I mean, do you remember any moments from Joe Biden when he was the VP? Besides that one time when Obama put the little medal around his neck? Like, everybody memed on that one, but... Gotcha, Mr. Krabs. Thank you. Got it up there. The other thing that I've seen about Kamala Harris is that she's actually really, and this is personal, obviously, a very important thing for me, was that Kamala has been very vocally pro-trans, which is a good sign. It's not necessarily a promise of anything, because who knows, she could just carry forward the Joe Biden thing, but I do like that Kamala Harris has been pro-trans in the past. I'm talking like back a number of years, so that's good. Who do you think the VP is going to be? I personally think it's going to be Josh Shapiro or Roy Cooper. That's my personal guess. I could be totally wrong, and they could go in a totally different direction. Who knows? Maybe they'll bring up Pete Buttigieg. But to me, I think that I think they're unlikely to do anything super risky. I think they're going to pick someone safe that helps her win states that are at risk. Is Shapiro based? I don't know a whole lot about Shapiro's politics. I just know about his position as a fairly popular governor of a swing state. I really don't think it's going to be Gretchen Whitmer. I really don't think it will be. Arseny Korchevsky says, is that an advantage, though? I'm somewhat worried about name recognition. It's hard for me to judge being as into politics as I am. I think that in this case, Joe Biden's name recognition is a negative for him. He's known as a negative quantity. Joe Biden is a very unpopular president. And so I think that puts Kamala Harris at a better base point. And also, and this is a really big one, she has the ability to campaign for the next 4 months, whatever it is. I don't know the exact, what's the date? I don't know, three and a half months, whatever it is. She's going to be on the campaign trail, out there, putting her name out, running ads constantly on the campaign trail, something Joe Biden truly could not do. Even if we want to look aside from Joe Biden's hiccups and fuck-ups and everything like that, all of his face plants, one of the biggest problems that Joe Biden has had, and this has always been the case, is that he's very weak on the campaign trail. Joe Biden was not a very active campaigner. And he's been completely absent for the last few months, barely campaigning at all. But Kamala can totally do that. We know she has the energy to do it. So, what do you think made Biden unpopular? A lot of things made Biden unpopular. the economy has felt really, really bad, you have to understand that, like, voters do not think about the economy rationally. They go based on vibes. And Joe Biden has been fighting an uphill battle in the wake of a completely devastating and world-altering pandemic. And it's been a slow recovery. So they see Joe Biden, they feel bad about their financial situation, even though Joe Biden has made some good plays with regard to the economy. A lot of people haven't felt it. And that's a really big downside. So that knocks him down. Secondly, he's incredibly unpopular with the youth, and has a bad reputation as a result. Regardless of whether or not that will be reflected in his votes, this is reflected in his popularity and how he polls for approval rating, because he's Genocide Joe, which we're going to talk about that to a full degree. The fact that he has been so vocally attached to a heavily televised genocide, a one that even political normies have become familiar with, that's a really bad thing for him. That hurts him a lot. And of course, his age. It's not fair. It's definitely a little ageist. But he also shows his age really poorly. Obviously, he fucks up all the time, as we've seen. That makes people think and feel, and perhaps even conclude correctly, that he is asleep at the wheel, that he is not actually fit to be president, that he is being puppeted. And those are all things that make his approval rating go very, very far down. Yeah, so... Sorry, Arseny. I'm not always perfect with pronunciation, but I try to do my best. Oh yeah, the Afghanistan withdrawal. For that was a, I mean, I feel that that was mostly, like, that was a good thing, probably overall, but it did hurt him. That is another one. Like, getting out of a forever war is probably a really good move, even though the way that it was handled obviously led to the immediate takeover of the Taliban, which is probably not good for a lot of people. But it, for a lot of the military-minded people in America, of which there are many, they interpreted that as a cowardly retreat, and Joe Biden and his admin didn't do much to counter it. Dream Canoe says everyone wanted to withdraw, Joe did it, and then everyone hated it. That's why I'm saying that's more on him. Like, he should have predicted that that's how Americans would feel, because that's how Americans always feel. Americans, obviously, a lot of Americans don't want to be engaged in a forever war, but Americans also hate the feeling of retreating. So he needed to be able to, he should have had his team, you know, running the messaging. Hitting the messaging going, we ended a forever war, we ended a forever war, but they didn't. They just kind of let it happen. Americans are freaks? Well, yeah. Blaze Teague says, would you ever go back on Deep Fat Fried? Any day. I would go on Deep Fat Fried anytime. Any day, anytime. Yes, I will, Zadoki. I'm hopefully watching the rest of it this week. Whoa, Genocide Joe, haven't heard that one. Well, get used to it. It's crazy, but that's probably going to be a major part of his legacy. I do think that he did himself a favor by stepping down, and that as a result, history will probably smile on him more than it would have. But the further we get away from Joe Biden's presidency, the little things that people like about his presidency are not going to be very well remembered. The things that are going to be remembered are going to be the things that last. And one of the things that's going to last is the enormous historical record of a massive and brutal and highly televised genocide that Joe Biden was very vocally in support of. It's bad. It's very bad. Liam Way says, thank you, Demon Mama, for breaking down politics in a way that everyone can understand. I'm not deep in politics, and I often feel stupid watching other streamers, but I never felt alienated watching your videos or streams. I do my best. You know, I'm not, and I don't pretend to be some kind of political academic or anything like that. I just give my read, and I try to make sure that my reasoning makes sense to people. And yeah, I really appreciate your words, and you're welcome. I already got your meme. I already got your meme, Mr. Krabs. I got you. I feel like I need to adjust my camera just a little bit more. So let me tell you a quick story. Let me just take a quick breather real quick before we do more politics, because we're going to be talking so much frickin' politics tonight. I have had to spend a lot of money on new equipment this year because 2 of my monitors, both of which were the same make, broke, and they broke in very similar ways. Thankfully, I was able to get replacements. And you know, finance have been a little tight. You know, 2 new monitors is expensive, but something happened that truly drove me crazy today. How did they break? They had electrical issues. So basically what started happening is that at 60 hertz, the bottom of the screen had a flickering, it would like a broken flickering pixel thing in a band across the bottom. And there was nothing that could fix that except for dropping the refresh rate lower, which is terrible. Because if I drop the refresh rate lower, then my monitors are no longer in sync, which will start to interrupt all kinds of different processes. It was terrible. In fact, there was a period of time where I was having recurring audio issues that you could hear on stream, and that was because whenever I clicked to the other monitor, Windows would hiccup and interrupt the audio. You would get this little chippy audio shit. So, it was like, yeah, so one of the monitors started doing that, and then last week my other monitor started doing that, but even worse. The first one just had a small band at the bottom. This one was like 1/3 of the screen, 1/3 of the screen was all pixelated and flickering all over the place, and it kept crashing my audio drivers, and it was terrible. Anyway, I got new monitor. I got 1 new monitor earlier, and I just got another one, and they're fairly expensive. And I was sitting there and I tried to hook them up, and then I realized the worst part of all of this is that it completely messed up my camera setup. So my monitors are in totally different positions than they used to be. In fact, if it looks like I'm looking at things differently than the last few streams you've watched, that's because my monitors are in totally different positions. I've been tinkering with them for it took like 3 hours today, but I've also been messing with them for multiple days, trying to get them back into the right working position. Because these monitors are just slightly bigger, but also they're mounted with the really nice mount, but the mount comes out very far. Long story short, I had to move my camera, I had to change everything, and it made me go frickin' crazy. So, if I look like I'm in a slightly different position than usual, that's because I had to move my camera like 15 times, move my monitors around like 15 times. This morning I was just like sitting in front of my camera, swearing over and over again, going, fuck, you know? God, but, you know. Anyway, it's working now. Everything looks pretty good now. Although I do think I feel like I'm a little, like I need to angle my camera down like slightly more or something. I don't know. Not 100% sure what the right answer is there. It's as close as I could get it to the original setup. But, boy. That definitely can, I knew that was going to be the case. Dream Canoe says, you spend a dozen hours and then I don't notice anything. I notice it, okay? And your brain might notice it. But yeah, a lot of people wouldn't have even noticed if I didn't say anything. Like, most of the people who watch wouldn't have noticed a single thing, but it's actually quite a bit different than it was. But the problem is, the way that the monitors are, if I lower my camera to where it was, then the screen gets eaten up by the monitors, and I don't want that to be the case. So, I am happy now to have functioning monitors. It's extremely frustrating when one of the main tools for your job just does not work anymore. But we got them working. It just took a lot of banging around. Yeah, my hair's a little different today. I'm actually getting it colored again soon, so the roots are going to be all caught up. But that'll be a while. Zoe the Fox Girl says, do you mind sharing what brand of monitor that was so I avoided it in the future? The ones that broke were AOC monitors. They lasted about 3 years, which is not horrible, but also it's not great, in my opinion. I don't know what the average lifespan of like a flat screen monitor is, but the AOC monitor that I had, it sucked to get two high-end, they were very expensive monitors, and to have them only last 3 years was a real bummer. Right now, I've moved over to the new HyperX monitor. I'm hoping that other people won't have the same issue, but it does concern me that two of my monitors purchased at the same time had the same electrical issue. Obviously, I'm kind of a power user. I'm a streamer, so my monitors are on all the time. I'm always using them, but even still, I don't think I would buy an AOC monitor again. The monitors that I have now, like I said, are the new HyperX. It's their first, it's like their debut monitor model, and they're great so far. They look beautiful. I've heard really good reviews, so we'll see if they last. Their mountings, these HyperX monitors come with a really, really nice mount. All of them. You don't have to buy the mount separate. The mount is a counterbalanced mount, so it's really easy to move the monitors. And they look incredible. I'm hoping that they last, because they are expensive, but they're very good. I didn't know HyperX did monitors. They just started doing monitors. This is their first like debut gaming monitor, and it received, the reason why I got it was at the recommendation of a friend who watches a lot of reviews of gaming equipment. My friend recommended this monitor, and then I went and watched a whole bunch of the reviews, and the reviews were phenomenal for it. So, oh, hi, Yoda. Hey, baby. Oh, Yoda. Oh, okay, bye-bye. Bye, Yoda. I don't know if you saw Yoda for a second there, but she came in the room for a minute. Bye. Camgirl says, monitors breaking like that isn't really a brand thing, it's from usage. If you use them a lot, they'll have that issue eventually. 3 years of near constant use is pretty good. Yeah, I thought it was fine. I was a little bit bummed, but, yeah. I don't know. I never know exactly what the real thing is. Screen flicker is a hardware issue that can be fixed. This was like, it wasn't the screen, the whole screen flickering. It's a region of the screen that was completely fucked. So I think like, it's not just flickering. It's like a band where all of the pixels were like broken apart and all discolored and flickering constantly and ghosting. It was bad. Yeah. Someone wants to see the keyboard? Yeah, here you go. Custom keyboard made by the one and only Grime Dango. It is 100% custom. These switches are custom. It uses an ACO frame, but everything else is custom, and it sounds amazing. Well, that's good to know, Cam Girl. I might ask someone to fix it then, and I can give those monitors to someone else. I don't have that type of electrical talent, but I know some people who do, so maybe they'll be able to fix it. But I don't know. I guess I don't know anybody who does screen repairs specifically. Hey, Silent. Hope you're doing well. Hey, Recon. Hope you're doing well. Great to see. Wow, we have such a great group of people here tonight. Nuts says, I got 8 years out of an Acer monitor replaced with another Acer. Yeah. Well, I'll go see if they can do that. I mean, the monitors were nice, so if I can give them to somebody else, I would love that. Why does YouTube chat keep stopping? I have no idea. That's a question I wish I could answer, but I don't know that I can. I don't actually know why that would be. Sorry to hear that, Silent. Oh, Retcon says, Demon Mama, just enjoying my fiery Sprite upset stomach. I'm not gonna lie, that sounded fucking miserable. Apparently Burger King is trying to like get on the spicy drink train and made like a really shitty Sprite that has like some kind of like pepper in it. And Retcon was telling me earlier that it's terrible and gave them a stomach ache. The spicy drink train? Yeah, the spicy drink train. There's good ones. Like the spicy drinks are like really good, but like, why would you want to drink spicy? Because they're fucking great. There's really good ones. Okay, let me give you an example. There's like a chain coffee place, coffee and juice place that's called Dutch Bros, and for the summer they did a special that was called the like spicy mangonada, and it's like mango lemonade. It's like a mango lemonade smoothie. And then on the top, they have a bunch of berries that are rolled in tahine, which is like pepper and lime sprinkle. And it's awesome. It tastes sick. It tastes actually crazy good. It's like you get the chili lime flavor, the mango, the lemonade. It all blends really well. We call it, I mean, spicy for a beverage. It's not that spicy, obviously. It's not like gonna burn your mouth or whatever. It's not fucking jalapeno, but it is spicy. Chelada, yeah, that's another thing. The chelada is like lime and tomato, and there's all kinds of drinks that do that. There's like a Budweiser chelada drink. There's actually, I think there's like a bunch of them. Yeah, looking now, there's like multiple flavors of the Modelo chelada and the fucking, yeah. Dude, come on. Sorry, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, I'm seeing Biden riders. I'm seeing Biden riders mad coping. Oh, it's gonna be beautiful. Which do you prefer, spice or mint? Depends on the context, right? I don't think I have a single preference over any of them, like, necessarily. There's a lot of different flavors of spiciness, and there's a lot of different uses for them. So, yeah, I don't know. Oh, we're going to have so many. We're going to have so many copers. So many copers. You know what's going to be so funny? If Joe Biden tweets out in like 4 hours, sorry guys, my Twitter account was hacked. Don't rule it out. Anything can happen this year. Anything can happen. I'm sick of my Twitter account being hacked. Sunny Joe says, I work with a Biden rider. I'm not excited for work tomorrow. Get ready. They're going to be insufferable. But guess what? You have a unique opportunity in which you could be even more insufferable. And you'll know that you're in the winning position. No matter how insufferable you are, they can't get you because they lost. It's an incredible opportunity to be very spiteful today if anybody's been an asshole to you. And let me tell you, the Biden riders have been very big assholes to me for quite some time. Like, really bad. You guys have seen it. Those of you who watch my show, you guys have seen the crazy shit these Biden people have dumped on me the last few months. So, you know, maybe we'll be feeding some people a little bit of dirt. It's been a long time without you, my friend. Random girl 3PO. Oh man, that's good. Oh. Do you remember just how frickin' smug? Like, it's hard, you know? Time moves so quickly this year. Politics has moved so quickly, and you know, these weird chameleon-like Biden people. They love to they change their tune and pretend like they didn't say things 2 minutes ago. But those of us who experienced it firsthand, we remember how insufferable the smugness, the condescension, the outright cruelty. Remember the fucking Biden catboy telling me that he would take pleasure when Donald Trump inevitably wins? Remember that guy? Because he would take pleasure in me being put up against the wall. Remember that? Remember the Biden catboy? Jupiter Siren with the incredibly generous $20. Thank you so much. Was finally able to catch you live again after a bit. Tossing some money in the hat. Thank you. Thank you so much. It really means a lot to me. Thank you so much. What's going on in the White House? I don't know. Let's find out. There could be new news every minute. The Biden who what now? Yeah, there's a Biden catboy. It's on my Twitter account. I can show you the actual thing. For those, I can't believe so many people don't believe me about the Biden catboy. I just have to scroll back a while. Let me find the Biden catboy. Oh God, I forgot that I've actually been, wait, hold on. I forgot my tweeting will rapidly slow down once it's before Elden Ring. When Elden Ring came out, I made a terrible mistake and I started tweeting again. Oh, here we go. That was not that hard, actually. Here we go. Ready? Just a real quick throwback. Oh, here we go. Catboy politics. Israel, Ukraine. You don't believe in incrementalism and voting for the lesser evils. When fascism happens, you will be the first against the wall, and a lot of us will take a small pleasure in that. If you aren't going to at least try and preserve democracy, we'll happily relish in your destruction. This was because of me criticizing riding with Biden people. Yep. I'm telling you, I wasn't making it up. Wasn't making it up. This was it. Look at this. This was the post. This was back in May. This was all the way back in May. I really do get tired. This is me. I really do get tired of the salivating, self-assured hatred of liberals. Heh, can't wait for the other guy to put you in a camp since you criticized our guy's mad fumble. They always get worse when a loss is coming, setting up to blame everyone else. When you're fawning and apologetic, libs love to boast about how much they love minorities, but the moment you criticize anything, all of a sudden it's almost sexual fantasizing about how you're going to be tortured, too convinced of their own righteousness to beat you themselves. And then that was what they replied that to. Yep, blue MAGA. True, Infernatrix. Yep. You know, I'm gonna bookmark my own tweets because we'll bring that back. We're gonna do a nice little Joe Biden segment. God, you know, this is today is the worst day for IP law to exist because more than anything right now, I really, really, really need to play See You Again from The Fast and the Furious 7. I need it. I need to play it. You don't understand. I need it. There's got to be a way for me to do it. Appreciate that, Appalachian Anarchist. I've always tried my best. I just try to speak my mind and not bullshit you, you know? And it doesn't always, you know, it's definitely not the best financial decision, but I can't work up the energy to come on stream and frickin' lie or be a fraud. I can't do it. Like, that's why I can't be like a paid propagandist for these Biden DNC dark money firms. Like, you're never gonna see me working for one of them because I just can't do it. I can't sit here and work up the energy. I check out. It's you know, it's probably not good for my personal well-being that I'm just like, nah, I don't want to do that, and then I don't do it. But it's probably good for the world that I do that. Can I play a cover? Yeah, maybe there's a MIDI cover. Covers do get struck. Well, they don't usually get struck, but they do sometimes get demonetized. Let's see. I wonder. These are all gonna get hit. These would all get hit. Every one of these is gonna get hit. Oh, I want to so bad though. Okay, wait, hold on. This is the perfect opportunity. Appalachian Anarchist with the $5 says, a tip for being a real one. You and Vosh arguing is the only honest debate. Listen, that was a heated time, okay? It was a heated time in the past. But thank you very, very much, Appalachian Anarchist. I really appreciate that. There's gotta be another song that's like from a video game that's as saccharine and hilarious. Does anybody, I'm trying to think. Is there any like nearly similar song? Because I need a song to be able to do this. TSW the Shadow Wolf says, I'm willing to admit when I'm wrong. I was wrong about Biden not dropping out, so here, take my money. 1 second. From if someone who is wrong. No, you're all good, but thank you very much for the dono. Accepted, forgiven, your soul will pass into all of the heavens. One moment, everybody. I'm just going to say goodbye to our guest. Thank you so much. Hopefully you come up and visit again soon.
I will. I'm probably maybe like with my milk the next
Oh,
week.
you're going to? You're leaving? You're going out of Portland? You're on
I
away?
was on it there.
Okay. Drive safe, okay? And one more? Alright. You drive safe. We'll see you soon, okay?
Yes.
It's been a long time without you, my friend. Da 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 da. Santa Monica from Indigo Prophecy. Let's see, what is this? Oh no, but that's like a real band song, isn't it? Yeah, that's a real song. See, it can't be a real song. Nah, that's too soft. It has to be more like, let's see. We got Spider-Man. Ooh, we got a Spider-Man one. Let's hear. Okay, that's funny. One-winged angel X Cotton Eye Joe? Is that real? One cotton-eyed angel? Is that real? Why is this real? Why? It's horrible. It sounds terrible. Oh my god, that might actually be the one. Appalachian Anarchist. The energy! Okay, it is really funny, but I don't think it's right. I need magic. We need to be able to play. We need to be able to play this transformatively. Oh, maybe there's a Metal Gear Solid track. Okay, nuclear would be good, but I feel like it would be giving them too much credit, right? True, thank you, Jupiter Siren. That's actually really good. I do know that site, but I do really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you for the super chat and also a good idea. Ooh, the Mass Effect 3, let's see. Oh my god, wait. Oh, wait. The one from the fight with Snake and Liquid. This is actually just such a it's kind of perfect, but it's almost too sad. We have to make it has to be just ironic enough. Let's hear. Let's hear this one from Metal Gear Solid 4. Might be perfect. Okay, this is that intro is pretty damn good, but do you understand? Okay, Silent just made this meme. Silent just made this meme, and do you see why I desperately need the song from Fast and Furious 7 for this so badly? It would be so perfect. Listen, earlier this morning, off stream, with my partners and our guest, I was blasting the Wiz Khalifa "See You Again" song and I was like, this is the song playing in the minds of every Biden riding with Biden person right now, and the Wiz Khalifa part is like they imagine Joe Biden singing those lines to them. There's an 8-bit cover? Hold on, wait, for real? Hold on. Oh my god, if there's an 8-bit version, we're doing it. Oh my god, there is! We got it, baby! Thank you! This is exactly what I needed. Hold on, I gotta figure out how to do this real quick. Oh my god, this is gonna be perfect. Okay, you have no idea how perfect this is gonna be, okay? You don't understand, all right? Okay, this is it, okay? We're prepping. This is the prepping moment, okay? This is your last call. If you have Biden coping, okay? Clips of people coping with Biden, get them in now, because we're gonna do a little slideshow, okay? And I would love to have the Biden cope as many screenshots as possible. Right now, I grabbed 14 screenshots of my own, okay? But I would like more. So if you have your copers, okay? Give me your copers. Oh my god. Oh, that is the most mucho texto, but I like it anyway. The 8-bit version? Yeah, I can give it to you. Here you go. Here you go, Danny. Bam. All right, let's see here. Let's check this out. We got Christy Jackson. Let's see it. This is so good. Du, 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 du. Du, 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 du. You have no idea how good this is gonna be, okay? When we're done with this, you have no fucking clue how good this is gonna be. This is gonna be gold, okay? This is gonna be one of those moments that all of you are gonna remember as one of the funniest and most fun stream moments. It's just, you don't understand. We only get one of these every once in a while. And it's like the moon, you know, it comes back or like a comet comes back around. That's a great one, by the way. The Chris Jackson one. D-Day Cobra. All right, let's check these out. Okay, let's check these out. These are looking great. Oh man. Oh, this is so good. This is so good. Oh, the D-Day Cobra one is so good. That's so sick. Oh no! I've been curled up in a fetal position. Oh, these are horrible. What is this? What is wrong with people? This cool TX chick one. Oh my god. That is so good. Thank you. Yeah. Oh yeah, I got that one. Don't worry. I got Biden's accomplishments guy. I got that guy, okay? I got that guy. man, this is so rough. Oh, wait till you see the one of Wolf Blitzer. That one's gonna give you guys a fucking good time, okay? Let me tell you, that one... Oh, wait, I don't actually... I have to put that one in the folder so that it shows up. Just so you can see. Okay, this one's going in the file. That one that you sent me, Silent, is definitely going in the file. I gotta get the Wolf Blitzer one up because it's just so funny. It's gonna be so fucking perfect. Okay, you don't understand. You do not understand. This is gonna be so good. I got it now. We're in the clear. Redditors? Oh, I bet the Redditors are losing their fucking minds. Redditors are getting sterilized because Biden dropped out? Oh, bro. Oh, no. Okay, that one's just kind of sad, actually. I think that one's actually genuinely just sad. Like, I feel like that one's too sad to put in there. Here's the clip. I can't, I want to watch these clips. We'll watch these in the segment that follows, but I won't put them, I can't put them into the screen, into the slideshow because the slideshow's got to be the images. We should, oh, I will put this one in here. I will put the Trump copium one in there because that's really funny. Trump has been fucking losing his mind. He's like, it's laughing, Kamala. I have a bunch of right-wingers in here, too. I have a bunch of right-wingers in there going like, that are like, it's over. Here's the Donald Trump one. Yep, here we go. I got that one in there. This is gonna be gold, okay? AOC just endorsed Kamala? Finally! It's about damn time. Oh, well, we'll talk about Kamala. I mean, we'll talk about AOC. Oh, yeah, we're getting the goods. Everybody get your goods in, because this is going to be fire. This is so good. Hold on, I'm sorry. This is so good. The pass the torch is the new stop the steal. Come on! You gotta be freaking kidding me. Oh, goodness. Oops, I didn't mean to close that. Shit. Let me. That one we want to keep open. I hope you don't go too hard on AOC. I never go too hard on anybody. Except for once in a while, one of my own chatters. And to be honest, you know, that's part of the business. Eve ACAB with the $5 says, I called my parents after Biden dropped and I heard my mom sobbing in the background. My dad said they were somewhere public. Last week she told me if Biden dropped out, Trump would win. If Biden didn't drop out, it would have been a guaranteed Trump victory. The fact that the entire right wing is pissed off about this, the fact that all of the right wing talking heads right now are going, this is fraud! We must put Biden back in now! This is a coup! That should tell you that they do not want to run against Kamala Harris. I'm sorry for your family's situation. That is painful. let's see what we got. Oh. Oh God. He's trying so hard, Silent. I got an Elon Musk one in there, thankfully. Oh man. Yeah, Amelia. We're gonna talk about that extensively. We're gonna have a whole. Guess what? One of the great beauties of today's stream, we get to do electoralism round 2. Sorry, Uncle Gumbald. I don't know. I guess the dots got you on that one. I freed you. I freed you from jail. That's so fucking funny. The Joe Manchin thing is so fucking funny. Good luck, bro. Good luck. I think Joe Manchin deserves like a wake-up call, okay? Because I don't know if he knows this, but outside of his precious West Virginia, no one fucking tolerates his ass. I don't think that's gonna happen. I don't think Sean Fain is likely to happen, but okay though. Oh, where was that? Do I have that bookmarked? The picture of Joe Biden under the let me see if I got it. I don't know if I've got it. Oh, crap. I guess I didn't bookmark it. Damn it. Oh, there was a picture of, hold on. Okay, so there's a picture of Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, and it was very recent, and it's a picture of them, and they're standing under a painting of Franklin Pierce. Franklin Pierce being the first incumbent president in U.S. history to not be nominated for re-election. I want to see if I can find that picture. It was, people were retweeting it. It was like Joe Biden and Kamala Harris standing under a painting of Franklin Pierce. Let me see if I can find the painting. Yes! This is the one. This is the one. It's from earlier this year, to be fair, but it's still fairly or no, I guess it's from last year. So I guess it's not that new. But it was going around on social media. Still, even from a year ago, that's pretty fucking funny if you ask me. This one. They got the painting of Franklin Pierce up there. All a part of the plan. Oh yeah, I gotta get the James Lindsay one in there. The James Lindsay one is fucking crazy. This is so good. Having the James Lindsay one in the compilation is perfect. All right, we're almost ready. I think it's almost time. I think we're reaching our amount. Oh my God, Aaron Sorkin with the Mitt Romney thing. Oh my God, it was so deranged. Oh, I actually saw Sunday talking about my video, and I actually really appreciated that. when Sunday didn't 100% nail my point, but he gave me, he actually, without having watched my video, he correctly and charitably summarized my position in a way that was more charitable than basically anyone who was engaging with my video. And I have to say I really appreciate that about President Sunday, that he was willing to do that. No, Sorkin said Romney for president, that the Democrats should nominate Romney for president. What's this? This is exactly what we're going for soon. I told you the song is perfect. It's literally perfect for it. That's why I needed to get it. All right, I think it's time, okay? I think it's time, everybody. Wait, was Brianna Wu coping about it too? Oh, those have got to go in the compilation. If that happened, it's got to go in the compilation. Hey, Mortham, I've been doing great. Well, I've been a little sick, but that's fine. Sounds like you're in a windy cave. I'm sorry about that. It's because of the AC running. But if I don't, then I die. Do I have Richard Grinnell? No, I don't have Richard Grinnell. Let's see. The Hodge twins. Ooh, we got Hodge twins. That's a juicy one. That's just horrific. I use Imgur and the Biden riders are dooming out. Oh, that fits so well for their psychological profile that all the Biden riders are just hanging out over at fucking Imgur. I'm so mad. Oh, wait, you know what? Hold on a second. I wonder, actually, hold on. I wonder if that will help. I wonder if that made it better. I adjusted the digital gain down a little bit and turned up the manual gain. Hopefully that is better. Oh my God, we got another one. We got a fucking another one over here. Imagine hanging out on an image hosting site. Is Cat Turd on it too? Oh, please. Oh, Cat Turd's on it! This is gonna be golden, okay? This is gonna be fucking golden. I'm telling you, this Cope compilation is gonna be insane. Okay, all right, I think we have enough now. I think we have enough. We have 24 Cope compilation images. Oh my God, the comments. Oh my God, the comments here are fucking crazy. Oh my God, I gotta put all these right-wing comments in here. This is amazing. Oh my God. Wait, hold on a second. This is great. They don't even know that we like didn't have a frickin' primary. It's so funny. Oh, this is beautiful. This is so beautiful. I need these so badly. Oh God, this is great. I'm sorry, I know that this is just like the setup, but I need you to understand how beautiful this is gonna be when we're done with it, okay? You guys are gonna get to see the magic. Oh, this is beautiful. These are all the MAGA people. This is so fucking funny. This is the largest incident of voter suppression ever. I love how all of a sudden all the MAGA people are suddenly pretending to care about the Democratic primary. Oh yeah, I got Wall Street Silver on there. Oh, we got James Woods. Yes! Yeah, okay, bro. Okay, James Woods. You're going in the Biden Cope folder. Oh, this is gonna be so beautiful. Okay. All right, here we go. It's time. We do it now, okay? Here's how we do it. All right? We need to get this ready. I need to time it all up. You get the song ready. Wait, where's our song? We need our song back. Okay, song's ready. Okay, images. Selecting all. You get them all together, put them together into our little, into our beautiful little slideshow here. We'll pause the slideshow, okay? All right. Here we go. My lovely imps, something strange has happened. Something beautiful has happened. Today, Joe Biden resigned as the nominee of the Democratic Party after a number of horrific public flubs. The undeniable truth has finally been accepted. And let me tell you, the spin doctors, the MAGA concern trolls, the liars, the cheats, the frauds are not having a good time today. And as a result, I wanted to make sure that we gave due sensitivity to the very people that have been lying to our faces, gaslighting about what's before our eyes, just completely obfuscating the truth in every single way. I want to give them a moment, okay? Just a moment of thought together, all right? It's important that we show grace in times like these. While the liberals have been smugly condescending to anyone that so much as remotely criticizes Joe Biden, and the Republicans have been all of a sudden the biggest supporters of Biden ever, We've been sitting here in the anti-gaslighting zone over here on Demon Mama, enjoying the truth, enjoying seeing with our own eyes and not having a bunch of nonsense dumped at us. But today, we're gonna shed a tear, okay? For those who've been working so hard for Biden in this moment of great loss. So please join me, okay? I have prepared a little slideshow for us to enjoy together. Donald Trump. Elon Musk. Who could have believed? Mike Johnson. Wall Street Silver. Just... Cat turd? Joe Biden defender? Oh, the beauty. I mean, the sadness. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I meant the sadness. I'm very sorry. I meant to be respectful there. I'm so very sorry. Of course, I know that that was a very rapid slideshow, and I'm sure many of you are going to want to see some of the specifics. So don't worry. We'll go over some of the funniest ones we've got in there in just a second. But I wanted us to just take a moment and give them their time for their sorrow. You know, their genuine sadness. They've shown so much grace to us over the months that, you know, how could we not? Now, of course, in there you might have noticed that we had names such as Donald Trump, Elon Musk, Cat Turd. All of a sudden, Cat Turd and Elon Musk are extremely, extremely concerned with the integrity of DNC processes and bylaws. It's just wild. We got people throwing up Manchin in there that they're saying Manchin should take down Kamala Harris. We got right-wingers saying that it's a coup. We got the Biden accomplishments guy. Oh, look, I gotta show you the Biden accomplishments guy. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. Let's enjoy Biden accomplishments guy, okay? Congratulations to the donors, the media, the white congressmen, and the bedwetters. You guys did what Trump could not. You threw out my vote and the votes of a legally cast election. Congrats. You defended democracy. Don't patronize me with this was his choice. There is no choice in promising him electoral defeat by backstabbing him until election day or forcing him to abandon the nomination that he rightfully won. Joe Biden has more integrity in the tip of his fucking pinky than you have in all your whole worthless bodies. Just because he did this when the other option you presented him was worth does not in any ways make it his choice. So I'm out. This is all your mess to clean up now. Wake me up in October and I'll send in my ballot like a good little boy. But this is no longer my responsibility or my fight. Maybe I'll stop by at points if I feel like it. Maybe I won't. but you've freed me from any sort of obligation or responsibility of it. The Democratic Party is in your hands now. Good luck. You're sure as shit gonna need it. Not being the cuckold allegations when you're just like, yeah, I'll vote anyway, whatever. But I'm done. I'll vote for her, but I'm done. Hold on, it gets better though. Okay? Cope, Lamau. It's Cop Mala time. And here's Biden accomplishments guy. I've got a lot of free time to fuck your wife now. First election? I've voted in every primary since 2004, and every one I've voted in, whether my candidate got the most votes or not, the candidate with the most votes was the winner. And then, of course, we got the crowning moment. The crowning moment, of course, being when this guy fucking locked his entire account. Do I have the screenshot of that? I don't think I have. Oh, yeah, I do. After that meltdown, he locked his account. Also, it's incredible because, like, there was barely a primary at all. Some states have to have a primary, but a whole bunch of states just didn't have one at all. Biden loyalist. My primary vote mattered. Bro. The cat turd comments were fantastic, but I like the cat turd one right here. All of a sudden, cat turd so devoted to fair elections. Cat turd says, to save democracy, the Democrat Party just tossed out 15 million Democrat primary votes, so a handful of rich Democrat elitist snobs can decide the candidate. Stalin would be proud. Oh yeah, Stalin would be super proud because the fucking already undemocratic Democratic primary didn't go the way you wanted. I wonder, everybody, I wonder what it could be that makes all of these right-wingers, and we're going to see a lot more right-wingers, I wonder what makes them so angry about Joe Biden stepping down. Could it be perhaps that they know that they can win against Joe Biden, but they don't know that they can win against anybody else because Donald Trump is a historically weak candidate? Makes you think just a little bit. Makes you think just a tiny bit. Well, guess what? It's not just Cat Turd who's mad about it, because it's Elon Musk as well. We got Elon Musk over here, pissed as hell. Take a look at this. Now, Elon Musk has been tweeting a lot, but I didn't want to pick all of his repeated tweets that he was sending to so many people today. They just want a puppet that will perform better. The political machine will remain in power. What's different about Trump is that he isn't a puppet of either side, so real government reform is possible. Okay, bro. Remember when Elon Musk was like, I won't endorse a candidate? And then multiple different people on the record asked him if he was going to endorse and donate money to a candidate, and he said he wouldn't. And then he just cucked out 100% to Donald Trump, endorsed Donald Trump, and then donated millions of dollars to Donald Trump's campaign. And then Donald Trump the next day, literally the next day, announced that he's going to end all subsidies for electric vehicles, the predominant beneficiary of that being Elon Musk's company, Tesla. You can't write it better than this. You can't write it better than this. You really can't. But guess what? We got Donald Trump himself, okay? We got Donald Trump himself, okay? So we're forced to spend time and money on fighting crooked Joe Biden. He pulls badly after having a terrible debate and quits the race. Now we have to start all over again. Shouldn't the Republican Party be reimbursed for fraud in that everybody around Joe, including his doctors and the fake news media, knew he was not capable of running for or being president? Just ask it. Now, Donald Trump has a loose grasp of reality at the best of times, but I gotta say this is one of the most nonsensical and deranged things he's ever said. The Republican Party should be reimbursed financially for choosing to run ads against Joe Biden, knowing that it's a real possibility that Joe Biden might not end up being the nominee. And they just made that, like, Like, what? But you gotta look at the sentiment that's underneath, right? Have we seen any of the attack ads that Donald Trump has run against Kamala? Oh, wait, he hasn't. And in fact, he doesn't really have anything to say against Kamala. The only thing we've heard him say is that the other day he made a joke and he said, I call her Laughing Kamala because you heard that laugh. She's a crazy lady. She's very crazy. Laughing Kamala. Nothing. He's got nothing. They were hoping that they would be able to run against a guy whose brain was leaking out his ears, and that was the only way that they knew how to win. Donald Trump and his people know they're in trouble. Laughing Kamala. I call her laughing because she's laughing. She's enjoying her life. I mean, no, she must hate her life. That's why she's laughing so much. This'll surely go over well. It's gonna be really funny to watch them scramble. This one made me laugh. This guy, a lot of you are not going to be familiar with this guy, and that's okay. He is like, this streamer is like a super Biden glazer. Like the biggest Biden glazer I've ever seen, okay? And what's really funny about this one is that he tweeted this without actually checking Joe Biden's feed because Joe Biden had already endorsed Kamala Harris, but he hadn't seen the tweet. So just keep that in mind. I cannot express my level of disappointment. What comes next? I don't know. He didn't explicitly endorse Harris. This wasn't a handoff, and that worries me even more. When people look back on the 2024 election, I think they'll be able to point to this moment as when we lost. Yeah, not the debate. Not him calling Zelensky Putin on international television. Not him talking about his own vice president as Vice President Donald Trump. None of those moments. Not when he was in an interview, a heavily televised interview, trailed off in the middle of his sentence, looked down at the floor for 10 seconds straight, and then said, anyway. Or maybe the other heavily televised interview where he said, oh, blah, 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 blah. Literally. Come on. The coping has been incredible and, in fact, beautiful to behold. But of course, the simple reality of all of this is that it's the best thing that the Democrats could have possibly done. There is basically no better decision. There was no other decision to be made. If the Democrats decided to continue running with Joe Biden, who currently has COVID, mind you, a sickness that notoriously impacts your mental function for a significant amount of time after infection, Joe Biden is not going to get better, okay? It's very obvious that he is suffering from some kind of age-related cognitive decline. It is undeniable. He literally cannot get through 3 sentences on the same subject ever. Even when he has a teleprompter, he's messing up all over the place. And we're not talking about just mixing up words. These are huge fuck-ups, okay? He's not getting better. Joe Biden could not carry this out. The only rational decision for the Democratic Party was to say, all right, Joe, it's time to hang up the hat. You got to put somebody else there. Now, there's a lot of room to criticize the Democratic Party, and I will. The Democratic Party knew this was the case. They definitely knew there were issues with Joe Biden, but they couldn't act sooner. And of course, Joe Biden, being the head of the Democratic Party at this particular moment, did not do a very good job setting up in the case of him not being able to finish the job. It should have been very obvious and realistic for any thinking person that Joe Biden had risks. At 81 years old, even if you were in perfect health, even if you were in perfect function, there are just simply risks at 81 years old. If you fall over and hurt yourself at 81 years old, that can be a gruesome recovery process. That's just a reality of aging, okay? It is not easy to bounce back if you fall over and break a glass hip at age 81. the fact that Joe Biden did not have like any real seeming plan, and that it came to this, that it came down to approaching the line of the election this close, is an indictment of the entire Democratic Party. But at least he made the right decision. At least he made the right decision. The other thing that there's a lot of people have a lot of opinions about Kamala Harris and about Kamala Harris being the new nominee. And there's a lot of things you could say and concerns that people can have about Kamala Harris, but I need people to just understand, Joe Biden can't campaign. Right now, we don't know how long it's even going to be until he's recovered from COVID, and he can't be on the campaign trail. Even if Kamala Harris got COVID tomorrow, Kamala Harris could be back on the campaign trail in no time because she's 59 and not 81. Kamala Harris can campaign. Even if it were true that she had a disadvantage, which I have not seen any polling showing that Kamala Harris has a significant or even existent disadvantage. In fact, most of the polling that I've seen shows that Kamala Harris polls favorably over Trump. But even if she had a disadvantage, the fact that she can spend the next few months on the campaign trail, energetically making a case, arguing against Donald Trump, actually debating and not having a mental shutdown, those all are so much more important than even a point or two of polling. Joe Biden should never have even struggled in the polls against Donald Trump, not even a little bit. Everyone knew that this should have been an election that was in the bag for Joe, and Joe has fumbled. Donald Trump is despised in America. He has his cult, and that's it. The general populace of America does not like or trust Donald Trump. This should have been an in-the-bag election. He's a loser. He's a known loser. Donald Trump already lost an election, and they cried about it for 4 years. That's not gonna fly unless you have a candidate that literally can't talk. I am somebody who has been of the position that Joe Biden is basically one of the only candidates who could really truly lose against Donald Trump. Joe Biden, it was a deflating force. And what's even worse, and this is something that you don't see a lot of people talking about, but Joe Biden was beginning to negatively affect congressional races. He was hurting other Democrats because it was giving the impression that the Democratic Party didn't have a plan. That's bad. If he lost against Donald Trump and him staying in the race gave the impression that the Democratic Party doesn't have a plan to the point that it impacted congressional races, and Donald Trump went into office with Project 2025 in tow with the entire control of the Congress, do you know how disastrous that would be? Do you know how disastrous that would be for immigrants in this country, for trans people in this country, for homeless people in this country? Do you know just how bad that would be? A true dictatorship. Complete control of the Supreme Court, majority control of the Congress, and control of the White House. Nightmare. And Joe Biden made the right decision in this particular case. Because Joe Biden can't carry that weight on his shoulder. Now, it is still possible that Kamala Harris loses. It is possible that it's too little too late, that enough people have already checked out of the election. But I would rather gamble on somebody who can actually campaign, on somebody who polls well, on somebody who can finish a sentence, on somebody who has the ability to energize a base, than throw our chances to the wind on somebody who has already demonstrated that for over a month and a half now cannot make a public appearance without a genuinely upsetting fuck up. Okay? And when I say upsetting, like, I want you to understand that the normies out there, the people who aren't super politically involved, what they see is they see memes of Joe Biden staring into the camera like he's seeing a ghost and then saying something nonsensical. That is all that's getting filtered out, okay? It's clippable moments. And Joe Biden's clippable moments are genuinely upsetting. They are upsetting in the way that witnessing somebody suffering from Alzheimer's is upsetting. And that's what's getting out to the normies right now. All of the vote blue no matter who people are going to vote blue no matter who. So I don't understand what the cope is all about. Except for the fact that a lot of people talked a real big game. A lot of people were throwing a lot of shit around. There was a lot of really over the line trash talk over the last couple of months. There was a lot of explicitly telling you to your face that you're an idiot and that you're wrong when you point out the fact that you just watched Joe Biden lose his train of thought and then claim that he defeated Medicaid. But you know, we always want to be gracious. We always want to be very gracious to the people who were so invested in their own fucking careers that they were willing to send America up the river. Just keep in mind that the Democrats, including these riding with Biden people, have been screaming about how Donald Trump is the end of democracy. And yet when push came to shove, suddenly democracy didn't seem to matter that much to them. What seemed to matter was their cozy positions, their high horse. But guess what? Joe Biden stepped down, motherfuckers. He's out. Joe Biden stepped down. So are you going to get with the flow, or are you going to be left behind? It's Jover. Can you cope with it being Jover? Are you ready for a real fight? Huh? Anyway, that's how we beat Medicaid. I'm happy to be able to announce that we won, folks. Remember, just a couple of weeks, some of you will remember. There's a lot of you here. But a couple of weeks ago, I told you this was the time of the imp. That we have an advantage in that we haven't been deluding ourselves for months and months and months about Joe Biden, that we've been having an honest conversation about Joe Biden here, that we've been criticizing Joe Biden for his mistakes in foreign policy. We've been criticizing the Democratic Party for their complete inability to actually address the situation with Donald Trump, that we've been talking about politics from a super electoral lens, that our frame of politics is to look beyond the electoral, to not simply hyperfixate and throw all of our money behind the Democratic Party. Well, guess what? I was frickin' right. It's the time of the imps. And are you an imp? If you've enjoyed this, please press subscribe down below. Press subscribe if you want to send a very nice, very gracious package of dirt directly into the face of the most smug assholes of all time. Sorry. I lost my cool there. If you want to send a bundle of love into people who are hurting very, very, very hard in these times, make sure that you press like and subscribe down below. And of course, you can expect from me that we're going to have a continuation of the anti-gaslighting zone. That of course, we're going to keep talking about it. We're going to keep talking about what Kamala Harris does right, what Kamala Harris does wrong, what we can do in case the Democratic Party still finds a way to screw everything up. And guess what? They've done it before. It's definitely a very nice day because for once, something remotely good, way overdue, but something remotely good happened. And that's a positive thing. We should celebrate that positive thing. But here, we're not going to forget what the big picture is. All right? Thanks for watching. Make sure you're subscribed. Fun segment? How was that? How'd it feel good? I think that felt good. I think that was fun. I think we had a good time. We got more to talk about, though. Lana Baton says they're already screwing up. They're going to lose all the swing states. Citation needed. I've seen you saying a bunch of stuff about that, but genuinely, citation needed. Citation needed. Jupiter Siren with the $5 super chat says, from an outsider view, it's wild seeing people call this late in the race because most countries wouldn't have even started campaigning yet. Well, you know, it's America. And it's a particularly intense election. Herenya Hope with the $5 super chat. Thank you so very much. Hi, Demon Mama. Love your work. Have a blessed day, and God bless the imps. Thank you. Thank you. Are you still accepting tweets? Oh, we got Ben Shapiro? Ben Shapiro says, it would be a massive failure if Trump didn't simply retrofit his Biden debate line when Harris drops a nonsensical platitude. I really don't know what she said at the end of that sentence. I don't think she knows what she said either. What? They have nothing. They have nothing. Oh, come on. That's pathetic. What is he trying to reply to the coconut tree thing? The stupidest thing is the coconut tree thing makes sense. Sparrow NR says, I don't know if Harris would do well in a debate versus Trump. Her best quips are when she has time to set them up and he's a steamroller. Okay, two things about that. One, Donald Trump does not have the energy that he used to. He looked good next to Biden. A Biden who was literally melting out of his ears, okay? He doesn't have the energy he used to. Two, Donald Trump's steamrolling is only good if it gets under your skin. Kamala Harris has not historically let Donald Trump get under her skin. And that's going to piss off Donald Trump. Donald Trump likes the fact that Joe Biden would get pissed off. You noticed how in the election multiple times Joe Biden was like, ah, no, that's not true. Now hold on there, Jack. Oh, thank you, Gayfesh. Sorry about that. I accept. Misinformation done. Instead of him not doing his research, he was just grossly premature. Mea culpa. I'm sorry, I'll correct it. Wick has a problem with prematurely going off. I apologize. I implied that it was a researching problem, but actually, it's a hair trigger problem. I'm so sorry. Wait, am I missing something here? What the hell's going on here? Hold on a second. Let me check chat here. Kamala has chronic foot and mouth disease. She opens her mouth and nonsense comes out. Is that true? I don't think that's true. Danny, you can edit in my correction, okay? In fact, I recommend that. If you can, that little section that I just did on Wick after being corrected by Gayfesh, you can just edit that into my, to the section about Wick. You can just have it be like, you know, pause and then and then have me go, oh, Gayfesh, thank you, and then you know, the rest. However it fits best. Maybe whichever part works, you can chop it up a little bit. It's all good. That way, you know, we want to make sure we're delivering 100% accuracy here. We want to make sure that we're at least at, you know, at least we want to keep it clean, you know, above the standard of other streamers who regularly do paid disinformation for the Democrats or whatever. You need to be campaigning? Well, yeah, but that's my argument. That goes in favor of my argument, though. I'm sorry, I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. Okay, well, I'm not seeing very many arguments or anything, so whatever. We can move on. Now I have that stupid song stuck in my head so bad. Da 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 da. Because it was a really funny tweet, Nerodia. Hold on, do I have the other ones? Yeah, okay, bro. I would show that, but it would demonetize my stream. That Cobra Tate tweet? Yeah, the only person he's making cry is himself. You can take that for whatever it means. Okay, so apparently we got a Cope addendum. Stephen Miller is freaking out. Let's hear Stephen Miller freaking out on Fox News.
They held a primary. People, they had ballots. They filled out circles. They went to the voting booths.
In some states. In some states you did. Not all the states, actually, as it turns out.
They spent money on advertisements. And as President...
So what? Why do you care what the Dems spend their money on? Unless maybe you're a little worried that your money is not going to go to the right end?
Trump said...
By the way, I'm sorry, but this seething, this is the... Look, let me just give you a little hint, okay? There are times in politics where there is no hard evidence of any of your claims, okay? But there are two things right now that are what we would call, they're soft evidence, okay? And if you know how to read the signs correctly, if you have the Oracle sight, you can start to divine a certain aspect of what's going on. And there are two things that are very strongly in Kamala's favor right now, okay? Two things that are very, very strongly in Kamala's favor. The first is that the right wing is absolutely seething. They are screeching, they sound pathetic, and I don't know if you guys know this, but the average person is really, really annoyed with the American right now. These guys who are going around screaming about pronouns in video games every 2 seconds and saying, we're gonna ban porn, and saying, oh, you need to save your J.O. crystals. The average American is tired of their garbage. So seeing them go on live television and cry and be like, oh, the Democrats aren't following all the rules of the book that I made up. It's not even my book, but I'm claiming that they're breaking the rules of their own book. You hypocrites. All of a sudden they sound like those liberal posters who call Donald Trump, but you, sir, are a hypocrite. All of a sudden, that's all the Republicans. That's a big point, okay? That's what we call energy, all right? And that energy is in favor of Kamala Harris, okay? And the second thing, there's another one that a lot of people aren't thinking about right now. And that's the fact that if there's one person in American political history that the American populace at large absolutely despises, it's Hillary fucking Clinton. And if Kamala Harris becomes the first woman president, not to mention the first black woman president, that's gonna basically be like a giant shit sock slapped across the face of Hillary Clinton. And Americans, they eat that shit right up, okay? Americans love it! There's nothing an American loves more than a spiteful victory. Why do you think Trump won in the first place? Trump managed to activate the spite organs of so many Americans. Now, there were a lot who were able to resist, mostly because their spite organs were functioning in a different direction. But there are not many fans of Hillary Clinton, okay? Hillary Clinton is disliked by the right. Hillary Clinton is disliked by the center. Hillary Clinton is disliked by liberals in the left for losing to Donald Trump. And I'm just saying, something that makes people go to the polls is feeling like they're going to be able to get one over on a smug piece of shit like Hillary Clinton. Just saying. Now, there's no hard evidence, and I'll openly say that. This is not hard evidence, but you can see with the eye of the spirit what I'm talking about. Do people really hate Hillary for reasons they wouldn't also hate Kamala? Yes. Holy shit, yes. The Clinton family is just severely disliked, okay? Not only because Hillary Clinton is just like a generally unlikable person, but also because they have a history of extremely questionable political behavior that borderlines or perhaps is corruption. Not to mention the fact that Bill Clinton was a close associate of Jeffrey fucking Epstein. Yep, Americans despise Clinton. And guess what? Kamala doesn't have any of that. Kamala Harris isn't married to Bill Clinton. Kamala Harris didn't cover for Jeffrey Epstein. The Clintons are despised. She is unburdened. Anyway, I just realized we interrupted the middle of the screeching. Let's hear the rest of the right-wing screeching.
The Republican Party spent tens of millions of dollars running against Joe Biden. Now,
by the way, I know I'm pause-andying again, but those of you who are watching, there are nearly 600 of you watching right now. Thank you for being here and for being my imps. Moments like this is the magic that you only get to see in the live streams. The live stream imps get to see us reacting to a random clip and going off on a random tangent. There's no way I can turn that nonsense into a segment, but it was fire. And you all get to see that because you watch the live stream. Just saying. Just saying.
they just woke up one morning and said, never mind, we're canceling the entire primary. We're getting rid of our candidate, and we're pretending the election has never even happened, and we're going to let donors handpick a new nominee. They're publicly held a...
Except the donors didn't handpick the new nominee. The new nominee is the frickin' vice president, you fool. This little worm man in a suit screeching at the top of his lungs is incoherent. Actually incoherent. Also, what fucking primary? Half the states didn't have a fucking primary. I gotta watch my swears. They're gonna demonetize my stream for saying the F word too many times. I gotta cool it. I'm writing in Joe Biden. F the party elites. Frickin' frack. Down with the elites. The elites. Imagine. I just want you to, can we take a second here and acknowledge, like, the anti-gaslighting zone that I've created here? They want you to believe that Joe Biden is being taken down. Joe Biden is being taken down by the elites. Joe Biden is he's little Jack. He's little Jack from Scranton, scrapping with the elites. That's Joe Biden. Not the Joe Biden who's had the full bore institutional support from the moment that he fucking crunched Bernie Sanders. Come on! Deranged. Truly deranged. Oh my God. It's just, you can only, there's this feeling, I don't know if it's righteous indignation. I don't know what it is, but there's this certain emotion that you get in your heart, okay? When somebody's been lying to your fucking face over and over and over and over again, and there's just been nothing you can do about it because those people happen to be on the side of the power that be. And then it all kind of comes crumbling down, and they're all scrambling, and there's that catharsis or something. I don't know what it is exactly. I feel like a lot of people are feeling that right now, and I think that's a really good thing. Because if they tried to keep it up, that feeling would have gotten really intense, okay? And that feeling turns into spite. And like I said about Americans and spite, you don't want American spite to be angled against you, okay? It's bad. It's bad news. Oh man, what a disaster. Jack Posobiec citing AOC's Instagram TikTok rant. Oh dude, that's so sad. That's so sad. Again, Jack Posobiec, a Nazi, being like, yeah, AOC is right. Joe Biden's the only candidate for us. I mean, for America. Obviously Donald Trump is better, and I want Donald Trump to win. But please don't ask about that. It's gotta be Joe Biden. Come on, bro. The people have to be smarter than this. Joe Biden, you know what? I'm leaving. I'm leaving. True. True. I love it. I love it. Oh, that's so true. Charlie Kirk says, the great houses of Democrat mafia are signaling towards Kamala. She'll likely choose Bashir, Cooper, or Shapiro, as the Democrats have a serious white man problem. Huh? Kamala is widely... Huh? I'm sorry. Hmm? Hmm? Kamala is widely viewed as politically radical and personally pretty nasty. Is she? Oh well. Suburban boomer voters will likely tilt more R as Kamala attempts to lean in and try to run up the score with blacks and younger voters. Bro, this is the most sus. This is like one of the most sus things that Charlie Kirk has said publicly in a while. That's wild. He hit us with the blacks and he hit us with a white man problem. Holy frick, man. It's gonna be very interesting in the coming months to see just how insane right-wingers have to get, because they've got, I wonder if they'll be able to keep their, I wonder if they'll be able to keep their racism at bay, because I don't think they realize that, like, yes, Americans are racist, but most Americans can't tolerate open racism because it makes them feel very bad. Makes them feel like they're bad people. The type of, like, background radiation American racism is like the quiet type. But these guys are not, they can't do it anymore. President Trump's Pulitzer Prize nominee communications director, Paul Ingrassia. According to constitutional scholar John Eastman of the Claremont Institute, Kamala Harris is ineligible to serve as president under the 12th Amendment. Thus, Kamala must step aside for another candidate who's actually a natural-born citizen. Oh my God. They're literally going to try to do birtherism again. They're literally going to try and do birtherism again. Here we go. Her father was and is a Jamaican national. Her mother was from India, and neither was a naturalized U.S. citizen at the time of Harris's birth in 1964. But Kamala, even if that was true, I don't know if that's actually true or not. Kamala Harris was born in the United States. You don't inherit your citizenship. If you're born in the United States, you're a citizen. So what the fuck are they talking about? They got nothing. They have nothing. Okay, the more this goes on, and I am not gonna make any hard predictions about anything at this point. But the more that this goes on, the longer that I'm watching the Republican sphere try to deal with this, the more I feel like Kamala is going to absolutely booty clap Donald Trump. Like, they have nothing. They're trying to do birtherism stuff again? You mean the, like, literal meme? The meme that is so mainstream that it's like the butt of jokes on like SNL and everyday television? The what about Obama's birth certificate is like a normie ass joke. Laughing Kamala, we call her mirthful. She's jovial. They say that she's got the power of Loki inside of her. The laughing god. Sheogorath! That's the last god that I can think of that was laughing. Nobody likes him. Laughing Kamala, crazy. You'd think he would have. You think that Donald Trump would have learned that Crazy Bernie didn't fly because it just made him seem cool. Hypno Amber says they want to take away citizenship for people born here from immigrants. Yeah, all of a sudden they're against birthright citizenship because when they can use it to discriminate against immigrants. But hey, here's a news flash. They have to actually beat Kamala first for them to even do any of this crap that they want to do. So Yeah, I hope they break that out next, Random Girl 3PO. Kamala can't run. She's pushing 60. She's too old. Now, I might be almost 80 myself, but, you know, as you can tell by my shivering jowls, I'm doing real good. I'm young as can be. I don't agree with that at all, Lana Baton. Lana Baton, I don't know what you're talking about. When you vote for a party, you're endorsing all of their bad stuff too? I don't believe in that at all. I don't believe you endorse anything when you vote. A vote is the, like, it's the tiniest act of strategy that you can engage in. I don't understand the moral vote position. Like, where you think of voting as an act of morality, it's not. That's like saying, like, I don't know. That's like saying, like, if you buy from the only grocery store in your town, you're voting with your dollar or some shit. Like, I don't know. Like, what? Slashy says, I'm surprised the right is panicking and not going full on racism. We'll give it a little bit of time. We'll see. Oh, Matt Walsh. Oh, Matt Walsh is doing the racism. Matt Walsh is doing the racism right off the bat. Take a look at this. Damn. Well, we know who's chomping at the bit. Kamala Harris got her start in politics by sleeping with Willie Brown. Hold on. I have to be more realistic to Matt Walsh. Let me just dry out my lips. Kamala Harris got her start in politics by sleeping with Willie Brown. She became vice president because Biden needed a non-white female on the ticket. Now she likely becomes the Democratic nominee for president because the guy at the top of the ticket has dementia. She's made a career out of begging for handouts from powerful men. A thoroughly unimpressive human being. And then, like, a little chunk falls out of his lip. Jupiter Siren with the $5 says, I feel like too many people's parents, grandparents are immigrants for that kind of birtherism to fly. Yeah, I mean, the birtherism thing didn't fly very well in America because it comes off as insanely racist. And even not super politically involved people don't want to endorse that type of deranged racism. The birtherism shit sounded like something that you would hear in, like, the racist South in the 50s. And they're right. That is the kind of thing. Oh, yeah, they're bringing out the old Kamala Harris ad. Hold on a second. I hope so, Page Punk Corpse. I'm actually feeling a lot better than I was earlier. My tummy is not hurting nearly as much as it was, which is a really good sign. I'm hoping that means that the pain is mostly past. Oh, okay. So you're not voting for any of these people anyway, so why do you care? Lana Baton, why do you care? I think they're gonna struggle with that, Danny, with what you just said. Danny, here. This is a great one. Here we go. Kellyanne Conway just said on Fox News that Kamala Harris doesn't speak well or work hard. Rich, considering who she worked for, and laughable because we've all heard the VP speak. The racist dog whistles have begun. Yeah, that's one of the things that's really not going to fly. They can't just copy-paste what they said about Biden because Kamala Harris is a perfectly fine public speaker. Like, there's video evidence of this. I don't know. I just don't think it's going to work. Oh, man, we got it. Michael Knowles. Michael Knowles chiming in. The Democrats are going to save democracy by nominating a woman who has never received a single vote while running in a presidential primary. Well, okay, obviously that's obviously not true. That's like on its. She was in a previous primary. She's been in multiple primaries. So first of all, what the fuck are you talking about? And secondly, Michael Knowles. Michael Knowles is the guy who said that he wants to take us back to fucking 1250 AD. This is the guy who said that he wanted to be the human chamber pot, that he was hoping that we could have, you know, witch hunts and self-flagellation and, you know, communal rat bakes. I don't think they got anything. I don't think they got anything. They're cooked. Yeah, I agree, Schizo Bailey. Schizo Bailey says, the good thing about having the election be this close but not too close is the GOP isn't going to be able to workshop their racist attacks into something palatable to Americans. They're going to scramble and shout as much vitriol as they can, and it will be off-putting. Almost assuredly so. Yep, almost assuredly so. Oh, yeah, totally. Everyone who's not a weird a mountain person, tradcath, quiverful, evangelical person is gonna give a shit about this. Really simple, under-discussed reason why Kamala Harris shouldn't be president. No children. Oh yeah, everybody's talking about that. I've heard everybody saying, yeah, we can't have Kamala as president because she has no kids. Totally. Yeah, like everybody's basically saying that. Yeah, I bet, oh man, I bet like everybody's grandmother is currently going, you know, I hate Donald Trump and that he's a child rapist. But, you know, Kamala Harris, no children. Weird, right? Okay, I've seen two separate people. I asked this question at the beginning of stream, but I'm going to ask it again because we have almost 600 viewers right now, which is sick as hell. Thank you for being here. Make sure you press like on the stream and also consider throwing a few dollars my way. This is a 100% viewer supporter stream, so, you know, all of your little donations, one or big donations, mean the absolute world to me. It's how I pay my bills and stuff, so thank you. But I said this at the beginning of the stream. How sick must Joe Biden actually be right now? I've seen a couple other people ask this, but Joe Biden has got to be, like, it's got to be bad, right? For them to have made the call this Sunday. Like, he got tested for COVID, which means he must have been showing some symptoms, right? And then now it's like 5 days after the announcement that he had COVID. 81 with COVID, already showing weird dementia signs. Yeah, maybe God literally did come talk to him. He's not death. We don't know. We haven't seen him. Okay, but here's the other thing. The fact that he didn't give this announcement in a speech is no speech, not even a pre-recorded one, no public statement, just Twitter. I mean, he could be fine, but I will say that's a lot of indications that he's probably not doing okay. Snack Freak says, some people put on a pedestal the process of being impregnated and giving birth. My mom was like that when I came out as gay. She was mad I wasn't going to give birth to the child of a man I was in love with. Yeah, there are definitely some people like that. I just don't know if that factors into their decision for president, right? Like, that's usually something that's used for, like, weird interpersonal family politics. I don't really think that it's going to affect most people's consent. I don't think anybody's going to think about that when they're going to the ballot box. I could be wrong, but I really don't think so. Excuse me. Rain Bummer says, apparently he is recovering decently. I'll believe it when I see it. Do you guys remember when Donald Trump had COVID and he gave that really awkward speech where they had him like walk out across the lawn and he was like stiff as a board and walking really weird, and then he went and gave the speech where he was like, I am doing very well. Everything is fine. Just wanted to let you know how strong I'm doing. As you can see, my breath is definitely totally fine, everybody. I'm doing great. Anyway, see you all later. Bye. Do you guys remember that? We watched that live on this stream a few years ago. Holy moly. Nancy Pelosi playing the hardest ball imaginable. Actually crazy. I gotta say, I'm not here for all the Nancy glazing in the comments, but I will say that is like a very strong play for Nancy Pelosi. You gotta wonder though if Nancy Pelosi is like a little afraid that like in the current climate that she needs to play harder because she's afraid that she's going to be seen as similar to Biden, Mitch McConnell, and Dianne Feinstein because she's really getting old and she definitely has her moments too. You have to wonder if she's like, I got to play really hard. Thank you, Aleph Not. Okay, yeah, but here's something I can't get behind, okay? I'm happy for everybody to be having a good time. I am definitely enjoying some coconut posting. If I could, if I could, I would be enjoying a coconut. I was actually planning on getting a coconut smoothie this morning just as a little celebration. I'm totally here for it, but like everybody's got to like, let's temper it a little bit, okay? Like, I know everybody's been super hungry for like hope and for a little win, but like, we gotta temper it just a tiny bit, okay? Because keep in mind, this is still the Democratic Party, and also, we still don't, like, us as individuals, we still don't really have much of a say in all this, and also, like, it's a pretty minor and very obvious gimme that they desperately needed to do. Like, this is like you know, giving them a clap on the back for, like, doing the bare minimum. You know what I mean? We gotta just, you know, I'm just saying, like, don't lose yourself, you know? What does the coconut emoji mean? It's a reference to a speech that Kamala Harris gave, where she said, here, I'll just play it. Let's just do it. Why not? Here, let me just hit you with it, okay? Here you go.
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? You exist in the context of all in which you live and what came before you.
Yeah, that's the coconut tree. You think you fell out of a coconut tree? There you go. I don't have quite the squeakiness. I gotta work up my squeakiness on the laugh. Oh, we got Dave Rubin weighing in. We got the genius. Dave Rubin says, it's a coup, and Biden may not even know it. It was a digital signature, and he isn't allowed to hold a phone. You gotta admire their evil, not what they do, but how they do it. I just made this up. I made this up too. I made this up, but it's totally evil. High-level ideas from the dumbest guy on the fucking planet. The guy he's quote tweeting disagrees with him. Look at this. He's quoting Chris Rufo, another extreme far-righter, by the way. I don't think it's a coup. Presidents step down, whether LBJ or Nixon. The only difference here is the chaotic timing, not resigning and just withdrawing from the nomination after the state primaries. But this is within the bounds of normal politics. Dave Rubin says, it's a coup, but in that the powers that be forced him out. We all know it. Oh, dude. Dave Rubin is such a moron. Honestly, it's kind of a... If Dave Rubin hadn't also, like, negatively, scooped up other stupid guys and you know, pushed them towards extremism, I would say that Dave Rubin is a gift in that he is, like, a perfect illustration of stupidity. Like, for everybody else to learn from. He really is that dumb. He's not, like, of all of the right-wingers, there's a lot of right-wingers that I'm like, stupid and malicious. Stupid, malicious, faking it, dishonest, whatever. But Dave Rubin is just inarguably phenomenally dumb. He is also, like, malicious, but he's malicious in, like, the way that, like a evil child is malicious. You know? Like, he's too stupid to really acknowledge exactly what he's doing, and he hurts himself a lot in his confusion. Oh, hey, would you be willing to ask Doe to warm up my tamales? That would be amazing. Unless you guys are ordering something. I love you. I'm asking. I asked my partner to see if Doe would warm up my tamales for me. I have leftover tamales. Biden jelked too hard. Yeah, you think he was jelking so hard that he popped like a balloon and splattered all over the Oval Office walls? Do, 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 do. Someone pointed out this wouldn't be happening if the GOP waited for the DNC to have a debate. That was the Wall Street Bets guy, right? Or Wall Street Silver or whatever. The Wall Street Silver account was like, did we mess up? We shouldn't have accepted, we meaning Republicans, we shouldn't have accepted the debate thing, because if this had gone later, we would have had a better advantage. Maybe that debate was a blessing. Remember when I said after the debate that the best thing that could happen would be Biden literally walking up on stage and publicly shitting his pants? We didn't get that, but we got miniature versions of that, and it was enough to tip us over. So yeah, that debate was a blessing in disguise. It should have never gotten to that point, but it was what we needed to push. It was one piece of what we needed to push everybody over the edge. Blair White says, get ready for the vote for black women or you're racist every day until November 5th. Yep, true. True. That's actually true, though. Accurate. Yep, you would be racist if you vote for Donald Trump instead of Kamala Harris. Yep, racist. The party of ACAB running a cop and the party of Blue Lives Matter running a felon is an objectively funny plot twist. Oh, there we go. Radical centrism. Yeah, as we all know, the Democrats, the party of ACAB, geniuses. Another person who I believe is like almost at Dave Rubin levels of stupidity. We got a Yoda in here. Can you see Yoda? Look, there's Yoda. Here, I'll move the chat so you can see. Look who came in to snooze. Look who's there. Look who it is. Look. We got Yoda Cam. Hi, Yoda. Good girl. Good girl, Yoda. You comfy over there? She likes snoozing in this room. Usually not when I'm streaming, though. Usually I'm too loud. You're a good girl, Yoda. Good girl. I kind of want to leave the chat off for a minute because we don't get to see Yoda so often. Oh, look, she's snoozing. Oh, man, she's getting comfy over there. What brings you up here, Yodi? Oh, she's asleep. She's like, I don't have any treats up here, otherwise I'd give them to her. Oh, yeah, I could move the chat over to the other side temporarily. Yeah, let's do that. Let's have a weird day, and let's put chat over on this side for a little bit. I could even flip the transparency. There we go. I don't have treats up here in the studio. Another bored person with the $5 says, Blair and Dave both have that thing where they have to endure constant backhands from their own colleagues just to get their grift bucks. Yeah, it can't be very happy. I can't imagine their lives are very good. But then again, also, sometimes I wonder if they're too stupid to even perceive the pain. You know? Like, they're just like, the pain is there, and then they forget about it, and then they move on, like, in blissful, like, idiocy. I don't know. Hard to say. Stony Wings says, how old is she? She is between 10 and 11 years old, approximately. We don't know her exact age because she was a rescue, as in she was a literal stray that wandered on to my partner's grandma's farm. And, but she's pretty old. But she's doing really good. She's been doing great, honestly. She's been doing really great. We've had her on some medication, and it's helped her a lot. So she's been doing really, really good. Jupiter Siren with the $10. Thank you so much for being so generous, Jupiter Siren. Seriously. Thank you so much. I feel like comparatively, Kamala seems like your fun aunt that just married into the family, and Hillary seems like your bio aunt who you have to wear formal clothes to go to their house for dinner. So true! That is so accurate. That is too accurate. Oh. Oh, Ollie London is mad. Oh, let's see what Ollie London is mad about.
I want to welcome, good afternoon. I want to welcome these leaders for coming in to have this very important discussion about some of the most pressing issues of our time. I am Kamala Harris. My pronouns are she and her. I am a woman sitting at the table wearing a blue suit. And
okay. Oh, the right-wingers aren't even having this one. I don't get it. What's the problem with this? Is it it's the pronouns, I guess? And that she introduced herself by describing her appearance for like interpreters? Okay, like I feel like it's nothing, that they still got nothing. They really got nothing. They think she's talking over simplistically. I mean, it's pretty clear what she's doing. It's pretty clear that she's describing for visually impaired people. They're trying to remove the context that she's talking to a room full of blind people. Yeah. I mean, like people with working brains will go, oh, she's probably doing an event for visually impaired people. But just remember, this is coming from fucking Ollie London. Ollie London, the formerly transracial, formerly transgender person who sells weird children's merch with him doing a ahegao face on his children's merch. Totally nailed Kamala there, Ollie. You got her. Holy moly. This was, oh, listen to this, okay? Real quick, listen to this. All right? I gotta organize my brain here, but I gotta organize my brain here because I feel like it would be valuable for us to do like a why it's a good, like just a campaign, like just a little section where I talk about why it's a good thing that Kamala Harris is gonna likely be the nominee. But look at this real quick. This is from the official Act Blue account, okay? Update. As of 9 p.m. Eastern Time, grassroots supporters, meaning small dollar donations, have raised 46.7 million through Act Blue following Vice President Kamala Harris's campaign launch. This has been the single biggest fundraising day of the 2024 cycle. Small dollar donors are fired up and ready to take on this election. Holy moly. That's a massive rejection of what AOC and all of the right-wingers trying to say, this is the elites, are saying. The biggest fundraising day of 2024 is when Kamala Harris announces. Actually wild. Bye, Yoda. Bye, baby. Hey, Yoda. Yoda, come here. Yodi, come here. Let me pet you real quick before you go. Oh, you took a nice little nap back there? You're so cute. I love you. Good girl. Good girl. You want to come over here real quick? Here. Come over here so they can see you so I can pet you. Here, come here. Come here. You don't want to? Okay, you want to come under my desk, huh? Oh, good girl. You're so good. You're so good. I love you so much. Yeah, you're so good. You're so pretty. You're so pretty. You look so sleepy. You're so sleepy. Oh, you're coming closer. You want more pets? You want a good pet? Yeah, a good critter. You want your belly pet? Oh yeah, you're getting belly scratches. Oh, you like the belly scratches, huh? Hi. There you go. You're so good. You're so good. You're so good. That's right. She's so cute. This is how you know that today's a good day. Because not only did all the crazy stuff in the news happen, but Yoda decided to come hang out while we stream. When was the last time? Like, it's been forever since the last time. Bye, Yoda. She's a Carolina dingo? Yeah, she is. She's a yeller dog, also known as a Carolina dingo. At least that's all we can tell that she is. She looks the most like that. She's probably some kind of a mix, but... All right, we'll move the chat over to where it goes now. There we go. Oops. There we go. All right. Perfect. Bye-bye, Yoda. Oh yeah, I forgot to read the absolutely insane James Lindsay tweets. Oh, I should have read those during the section. I forgot about those. They're crazy. I'm sorry. This stuff is so... This is the type of stuff I need to caution people against. You know? This, like, Joe Biden glazing. Joe Biden has a record of accomplishments unmatched by any president in our lifetime. Come on. He restored honesty, dignity, integrity to the office. I'm sorry, his legacy is going to be remembered as the guy who held out too long and fucking genocide Joe. If we're just 100% real, the most historic thing that he did was participate openly in a genocide and get one of the most historic student protests in American history mad at him. This glazing is out of control. Like, I understand that there are people who feel strongly about Joe Biden, like certain certain legislative wins that Joe Biden did, but keep in mind that all of Joe Biden's legislative wins are undermined by the fact that he wasn't able to counter the Supreme Court as the Supreme Court passed Chevron. And that is going to be something that even Kamala Harris, if she wins, is going to have to deal with. Americans are going to be dealing with the downstream consequences of that, which, by the way, undermines a significant amount of his legislation. And the one thing that isn't going to be forgotten is his support for Israel, his funding of Israel during one of the most televised and documented genocides in the history of the world. Yeah, I'm just, it's one of those things where I am so unbelievably confident in how on the correct side of history I am on this particular issue. Like, listen, genocides, historically, they're not super easy to forget, but that's especially true when there is so much footage, so much documentation, and also when that genocide also included the single incident of the most concentrated journalist deaths. Like, this is the genocide in Gaza is which was spearheaded in large part by Genocide Joe. He had his vocal support, early and vocal support, and he said almost nothing to slow it down. Did almost nothing to slow down this event. Yeah. I hope so. I truly hope. I want it, like, I know that, like, you know, if we let ourselves get lost in energy you know, everyone wants to imagine that Kamala Harris is going to be a significant change of pace. And I don't think that's really the case. I do think electorally she'll be a change of pace. I think she can win against Trump. I really do. But I think that, like, legislatively, I don't think she's going to be that big of a change of pace. And unfortunately, I don't know that she's going to have the strength to take on the Supreme Court. I don't know if any liberal really does. I will say it is promising, but very minorly promising, that she has a legal background. That, you know, she was a DA or an AG. I always forget, was she a DA or an AG? Hold on, let me see. Attorney General. Okay. As an attorney general, she has a history of fighting things in court. But I don't know if that's enough to, like, make me believe that she's actually going to be able to do what's necessary to take on the Supreme Court. Taking on the Supreme Court is going to require basically an unprecedented level of pushing the boundaries of the current constitutional standards to the left. Keep in mind that right now we exist in a paradigm where the far right is aggressively attacking the boundaries of understood constitutional precedent. We now have a court that is completely willing to just destroy precedent and basically write laws as a court, which is insane. It's actually arguably fundamentally undermines the American democratic system as we know it. Completely demolishes the balance of power. But will any Democrat be brave enough to say, wow, we need to actually respond to this and we need to push very hard in the other direction? Biden has a plan to undermine the Supreme Court. If Kamala wins, she will likely put that plan into action. Look it up. I've not heard any of this. If you have some kind of secret document that indicates that Joe Biden has a believable plan, I'm open to it, but I don't know about that. I don't know why he didn't do it already, because some of the damage has already been done. That's one of the worst parts. Yeah, exactly, Tiki Dragon. Tiki Dragon says, Demon Mama, she might not be able to take on the Supreme Court, but she can whoop Trump's ass on the campaign trail. Yes, that's what I was saying. She can win, which is good, because not having Trump get more power is obviously very ideal. We're at 3 hours and 19 minutes. Stream is going very well. I just need to be very careful. This has been a tough month for my health. Packing the courts, to me, has always seemed like the most feasible option. It does lead us to a problem. It's not a permanent fix. Packing the courts obviously means that every president will always pack the courts from here on out. But also, it does fix the problem, and it means that it opens a new paradigm instead of us being trapped under the insane rule of a far-right court. Prosy Rosie says, Demon Mama, are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. I just, at the beginning of this month, I got a really bad head cold, and then I got strep throat, like right after that, and it was really tough, and I couldn't stream. And then I got food poisoning. So I've just been extremely unlucky with regard to my health this month. And I know that kind of sounds like I'm whining about a bunch of different things, but hey, I'm here streaming even though my tummy hurts. So, you know, it's not like I've completely checked out. I literally couldn't stream when I had strep throat. I had no voice. I literally couldn't talk. Not to mention that I was, you know, whatever. Could it be an immune system issue? It could be, but also... I just think it was bad luck. The cold followed up by the strep throat was just like, I don't no, we have no idea where the strep throat thing came from. But I have heard that it was going around. So it could have been contamination in food that we ordered. It could have been, who knows? Who knows? The food poisoning thing was just, again, bad luck. I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, I ordered some waffle fries from a restaurant, and after swallowing one of them, I got this horrible moldy taste in my mouth. And I didn't eat the rest of the fries, obviously, but I ate one fry that was, or one big, you know, fry that was clearly moldy, and then a few hours later my stomach started hurting really bad, so, you know. Just one of those things. Marjorie Taylor Greene is so incoherent. I don't even understand. Like, I feel like trying to interface with her is just not even worth it. She's just literally, nothing that she says makes any sense. Did you see Emma making fun of her while watching the RNC? I didn't. Was it good? Is it that bad, Night Eye? Is it really that bad? We saw a little bit of it and it was pretty bad. They got nothing. Look at this shit. They got nothing.
She's the architect behind a lot of this. She was the border czar, right? Our borders in shambles and all the mess that has created. It will be, I truly believe this, it'll be their policy on steroids here. Maybe Joe, what was Joe actually doing calling the shots? We really have no idea at this point now, but it's done. He's not going to be the nominee. I mean, you're truly going to see what Democrats want to do under a Kamala Harris presidency.
Well, we know what they want to do, more of the same. And I've always said, you know, we've known the American people who are on the Republican.
Just no energy, zero energy. Like, what the fuck am I even supposed to say? They have nothing. There's nothing here. Well, you know, it's basically Joe Biden. She can't talk either, apparently. Just like nothing. Just nothing. Update on the numbers. $50 million for new VP Kamala Harris. They say that makes Sunday the biggest ActBlue day since 2020, rivaling the Democratic fundraising platform's best days ever. Holy moly. That's incredible. That's actually phenomenal. Socked on Left says, with regard to court packing, you can attempt to escape the cycle. By the way, Socked on Left, it's great to see you. You can attempt to escape the cycle of court expansions by passing a bill that expands the court, say, by 1 seat per year, but that halts expansion if other reforms are passed, like term limits and RCV selection. That sounds interesting. They're gonna need to be really aggressive with this, though, because right now the right-wing court is being as aggressive as possible, and they're basically blowing up as much as they can while they have the time. Got a meme? Is it a good meme? Let's see.
don't give a shit.
Why didn't...
Here, let's watch it in the browser. Here we go. Oh, it's downloading now. Damn it. All right, let's do it though.
Don't give a shit.
Why didn't she do it, Why didn't he do it the first time?
Donald Trump is the leader America deserves. God bless the American people. God bless.
Come on, a little bit more.
No amount of CrossFit is gonna fix what I have going on up here. I may have a tanning bed in my home, but it doesn't mean that I don't know.
Sam,
I
met my illicit lover doing box squats. Sam, what was...
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Wait, oh no, I didn't have it up on the screen. Damn it. Damn it. Why did I do that? Oh.
Don't give a shit.
Why did...
Deserve.
Here, so you
Come
can
on,
see.
a little bit more.
No amount of CrossFit is gonna fix what I have going on up here.
Okay,
I
to
may
be
have
fair though, Emma sounds a little more like Sandy Cheeks than Marjorie Taylor Greene. Marjorie Taylor Greene has this like reedy flatness.
a tanning bed in my home, but it doesn't mean that I don't know.
Sam, I met my illicit lover doing box squats.
Pretty good though. It's pretty good.
Why didn't she do it, why didn't he do it the first time?
Donald Trump is the leader, America.
The leader! You see, she's got like the... Marjorie Taylor Greene is like, Donald Trump loves you! She has this weird, like I said, it's like reedy, like...
America deserves.
America deserves. A little less Sandy Cheeks. A little more, I don't know, talking through a pipe. But it's pretty good. I gotta say, that's a pretty good one. Emma's almost there. It is a bit nasally. My impersonation is a little too nasally. But, you know. Bro, what is he talking about? James Lindsay has been having a mental breakdown. I mean, he's always having a mental breakdown. But, like, did you see him talking about the Luciferian symbology? Where's his Luciferian symbology thread? Oh my god, here we go, hold on. I gotta find where it starts. He's been retweeting Luciferian symbology shit all day. Let me see if I can find it. He's been photoshopping Kamala Harris. He's been retweeting images of Kamala Harris photoshopped onto Baphomet's head. Here it is. Here we go. This is it. All right, let's do this. I want to do this. We're going to do this as a little segment, okay? Because this is funny. My lovely imps. Today has been a very fascinating day, has it not? Today, Joe Biden formally announced that he would step down and formally endorsed Kamala Harris to replace him as the nominee of the Democratic Party. But that's not really the most interesting part. The interesting part has actually been the reaction from a lot of people. And let me tell you, some people are really not doing okay. Like, I mean, really not doing okay. The right wing of America is very angry about this, which is fascinating. If you think about it for just a minute, all of a sudden, you got Cat Turd and Elon Musk and End Wokeness and all these other random right-wing people. Oh, you got Dave Rubin. You got all of the old names. Oh, Michael Knowles, Matt Walsh. They're all of a sudden super, super concerned about the electoral integrity of the DNC. They're all like, oh, the bylaws, but the bylaws. But there's one person out of all of them who has truly lost their mind more than you could imagine. And that is, of course, the already tenuous grasp on sanity James Lindsay, aka Conceptual James. Let's take a look at what James Lindsay's been up to today, shall we? James Lindsay says, this was 10 hours ago, this morning, shortly after the announcement. Let's talk about Kamala Harris saying, to see what can be, unburdened by what has been. This phrase, which she repeats all the time, is not mysterious. It's esoteric. That is, it's occult. It's Marxist and a Luciferian incantation. And that is easily seen. Now, this is just a video of Kamala Harris saying basically what has become her catchphrase, which is what can be unburdened by what has been. The other one, of course, being her, coconut phrase that everybody loves. Let's continue with James Lindsay, though. James Lindsay says, what esoteric means here is that it has a hidden meaning. It looks and sounds like goofy nonsense, but it isn't. People who know. That is, it's coded and gnostic in its formulation, and the principle that she's articulating is ultimately Luciferian/Hermetic, a la Marx. Famous Hermetic Luciferian Karl Marx. I need people to just take a minute and understand how cooked you have to be at this point. Like, James Lindsay's brain, this is like he's posting harder than Jordan Peterson at his most deranged, okay? This is some, serpent of the heart is quenched by the juice of the wine, allowing the duck to snooze safely in the smoke of the THC. That's like this is the level of James Lindsay that we're on. Like, it's crazy, okay? This is outdoing even his most deranged compatriots. No, Peterson was deranged. Peterson has always been deranged, but I don't think there's ever been a moment when Jordan Peterson tried to claim that to see what can be unburdened by what has been is a secretly Gnostic, Luciferian, Hermetic chant that is designed to identify you to a secret society. That is Alex Jones level. Like, James Lindsay has left the Jordan Peterson sphere and he's going into like the David Icke, Alex Jones sphere. We can set aside the hand gesture she typically makes while uttering this incantation. He's literally trying to say it's a spell. Although we shouldn't. It's blatantly up on the right, what can be a worldly utopia, and down on the left, unburdened by or liberated, emancipated from the mundane status quo. Bro, the stretch is unbelievable. This is the biggest stretch I've ever heard in my entire fucking life. Oh, here we go. Let's have a look at Karl Marx issuing the same idea. Here he is at the punchline of the Communist Manifesto explaining that when the proletariat organizes itself and executes a revolution, it can move forward into what can be unburdened by class antagonisms. Now hold on, let's predict. Do you think that Karl Marx is going to be arguing, a fairly broad sentiment that we should move on to new ideas? Or do you think that Karl Marx is going to issue the same idea, meaning a Hermetic Luciferian chant? Let's find out. When, in the course of development, class distinctions have disappeared and all production has been concentrated in the hands of a vast association of the whole nation, the public power will lose its political character. Political power, properly so called, is merely the organized power of one class for oppressing another. If the proletariat during its contest with the bourgeoisie is compelled by the force of circumstances to organize itself as a class, if by means of a revolution it makes itself the ruling class, and as such sweeps away by force the old conditions of production, then it will, along with these conditions, have swept away the conditions for the existence of class antagonisms and of classes generally, and will thereby have abolished its own supremacy as a class. In place of the old bourgeois society, with its classes and its class antagonisms, we shall have an association in which the free development of each is the condition for the free development at all. Man, that sounds exactly like what Kamala and the Luciferian hermits were saying. Holy moly, that is like straight out of the mouth of Satan right there. Like, I remember the first time I had a conversation with Satan, and that's basically exactly what he said. And that was right before I kicked him in the tooth and put him in the lake of fire and took over hell for myself. Let's continue. Here's how Marx opens the Communist Manifesto, though. The history of all hitherto existing society, quote, what has been, is the history of class struggles. That's precisely what he says a communist revolution would emancipate, unburden man from in the punchline, though. Oh. Genius. He's a genius. Oh. This is the most wild, like, free association nonsense. Oh my God, it's so perfect. It's beautiful. James Lindsay is the perfect example of right-wing self-derangement. In other words, Marxism itself, in its own manifest declaration, identifies it as being able to move forward into what can be, unburdened by what has been. And socialist Marxist consciousness is a Gnostic awakening to see what can be, unburdened by what has been. Straight up communism. Dude, he's figured us out. Holy moly. He's figured it out. He figured it out. Kamala Harris actually isn't a milquetoast liberal former attorney general who, due to circumstance, you know, ended up being the presidential nominee because the president was too old. Actually, Kamala Harris is an ancient spirit who has embedded herself deeply in the government and is secretly signaling for her Gnostic followers to begin doing sacrifices on behalf of the Luciferian hermit Marx. Jesus, he's so smart. He's so smart, very grounded in reality, very sane. A few years earlier in his economic and philosophic manuscripts, Marx expressed the same idea, comparing crude communism to true transcendent communism. It's, he substitutes the word, becoming unburdened by private property as human estrangement through positive transcendence. Yeah, I can't argue with that. You know, if you replace someone's words with the words that you want them to say, you know, you can basically make them say whatever you want. That's pretty cool, honestly. That's pretty cool. They should try that with James Lindsay. Maybe we could replace, like, I got it. You know, maybe we could have him saying, like, I'm a Christian, and we could replace Christian with the word gay. So you'd be like, I'm a gay. I think that would be great. And it would basically mean the same thing, because that's how you can do it, right? That's how we can, that's what the rules, right? The general theology of Marxism is that man is burdened by what has been, totally. Marx was all about that, which he called his historical conditions, but can awaken to his true socio-spiritual self, which is socialist, so that it can be transcendent, to see what can be, unburdened by what has been. Man, he's really hammering this. Now, it keeps going on. Oh, here we go with the queer theory. The same mentality appears in queer theory, queer Marxism, so no surprise. Queerness is not yet here. Queerness is an ideality. Its horizon imbued with potentiality. Being queer, quote-unquote, means being able to, quote-unquote, see what can be unburdened by what has been. Now, you'll notice here, he's doing something very interesting, and you could argue, maybe even a little schizophrenic. You know? You know, just a little bit. He's kind of just saying, he's quoting Kamala Harris, and he's implying that the queer theorists said those things, but they didn't actually say those things. You know, it's just, you know, whatever. So anyway, you can see he's going to keep yapping about this for a really long time. But what's really funny, of course, now he gets into the uh-oh. Now we're getting into the World Economic Forum. Uh-oh. Oh, New World Order. Are you ready for the New World Order? That's him right now. Okay? And here's his TLDR. Here's the let's give him the TLDR, okay? we're undergoing a global French or communist revolution, which will have disastrous results. Kamala Harris chants a Marxist Luciferian incantation of an evil agenda to see what can be unburdened by what has been. I mean, so it's just inarguable. He's just telling the truth. Now, you definitely shouldn't pay attention to everything else that he's been retweeting today, because it's been very funny, okay? Eve, this paradise is a lie made by an off-brand god to keep you down, girl. Oh, here we go. We've got him taking a random Soviet feminist poster and trying to say that because both of them have their arms up, even though you can directly see that the arm position is not the same. Like, it is visibly not the same. Let me just show you, okay? I'll illustrate the difference, okay? In the Baphomet statue, you have the left arm going like this, and the right arm pointing down like this, straight out. And you'll notice in the Soviet one, the left arm is up in the air like this, and the right arm is pointing with one finger in the opposite direction. Their arms are actually turned in different directions. There's actually nothing even remotely the same here. You know, look at this. He's also got a picture of a boomer tier email image of Karl Marx photoshopped onto what appears to be an artistic rendition of Satan. Oh, we got a boomer tier Photoshop of Joe Biden being Julius Caesared by Hillary Clinton, which is a really weird one because Hillary Clinton just endorsed Joe Biden the other day, so that's a little bit weird. We got George Soros next to a picture of the Emperor. Classic. Now we got this one. This one's a weird one to me because I think it's got there's a little bit of psychology going on here. We got Biden's age doesn't matter. Age is just a number. And then they put Harris in, and then they say Trump is too old. Except that's a little bit weird because it was the Democrats who ousted Biden for being too old, right? So this one doesn't really 100% make sense. And I don't know exactly what they're trying to say, but, you know, they tried, I guess. Where's the one where I know if we keep scrolling down. Where's the other one? There's the one, did we miss the Kamala, the photoshopped onto the Baphomet? Here we go. Here's them quoting AOC in bad faith, even though AOC did kind of hand it to them. Where's the one? Here's a picture of an old lady with a stick and a blue cloak. It's just a thumbstick. It's no way attached to the occult. Ha ha ha. Yeah, it's weird and looks occult. What of it? I want you to understand that this is who they're afraid of right now. The Jane Lindsay crowd, they're scared of an old lady in a blue cloak holding a stick. I just want you to understand the power that you have. If you out there have ever felt, you know, small or, you know, afraid of the world that is to come, I want you to understand that conservatives are genuinely afraid of anyone that doesn't look exactly like them, and they're also often afraid of people that look exactly like them. They are the most cowardly people in the world. The reason they're so loud, the reason they scream slurs and bitch and moan and squeal all the time is because they are desperately, desperately afraid. It's weird, it looks occult! Oh, an old lady with a stick! Ah! Here we go. And this is what we'll end it on, okay? This one is what we'll end it on right here. Genius. Master tier political commentary. This was retweeted directly by James Lindsay. This is what we got. This is what they've got cooking against Kamala Harris. And they want you to think that it was a mistake for Joe Biden to step down. The left really doesn't want people to discover the obvious connection between Marxism and Lucifer. Yeah, that'd be a shame. That'd be a real shame. Anyway, hopefully people don't discover the connection between me and Lucifer. That'd be terrible. Anyway, if you enjoyed this fascinating dive into the current mind and psychology of the right wing in the coconut era, make sure that you hit like and subscribe below. And tell me in the comments if you've seen relatives losing their absolute mind over the hermetic Luciferian Kamala Marx Harris. Thanks for watching. Actually, this is so incredible. I feel like we're really lucking out today. We get to see so much brain rot. What do you do with brain rotted grandparents? You pat them on the head and give them a biscuit and make sure that they don't spend too much time on the internet. Here's the crazy thing, the cool thing about brain rotted grandparents is that you can just install things on their computers and they'll never be able to fix it. So like you can just put a program on their computer that limits their internet access to certain websites and they'll just never be able to figure it out, you know? And what are they gonna do? Get mad at you? And they're gonna get mad until they need you to give them a fucking pudding cup. And then you say, Grandpa, if you want your pudding cup, you have to stop yelling at me about the internet limiter. You could literally just have it. You could, if you really wanted to, you could just install an add-on to their computer that makes a pop-up appear that says that they have to subscribe. And then when they try to subscribe, it just declines their card because it's a program that you had a friend write. And then they're just like, what the fuck is wrong with this? Fortnite, you severely overestimate what grandparents will do. They don't know how to search a tutorial. Grandparents don't know how to do that. You can literally program your grandparents' TV so that none of the Fox News channels appear, and they will get too tired and just watch MSNBC, and it'll slowly start healing them. I mean, obviously MSNBC comes with its own type of derangement, but it's definitely a less harmful derangement. Tiki Dragon with the $5 says, what do you think about court stripping? The Supreme Court was always meant to be the weakest branch. I don't know enough about the specific tactic to be able to comment on it off the cuff, but I'll have to look into it. Thank you very much for the $5. I'll definitely look into that. Thank you. Also, I want to read the website donos real quick while we have a chance. Perfect opportunity. Perfect opportunity. Cartiramac with the $10 says, I've been finding political content online repulsive recently, so thank you for somehow falling outside of this and being cool. To be honest, I have no idea why I think this is. Oh, well, you're very welcome. I don't know why either, but I'm happy that I've been able to provide. 85D2D Derek with the $5 says, weird thing is, I wasn't Kamala pilled, but after Biden dropped out, it felt like I'd just woken up from a nightmare. Right? Right? You know how many people are feeling that right now? You're feeling the burden lifted off you so that you can go into the future unburdened by what has been. Thank you very much, 1852D Derek. Appalachian Anarchist with the $5 donation. Thank you so much. Appalachian Anarchist says, can't sub again, but here's $5 to use as sandpaper on the eyes of the non-believers. Thank you very, very much. Thank you very much, Appalachian Anarchist. And Lana Baton with the tier 1 sub. Lana Baton says, are you excited for what can be unburdened by what has been, chat? I am. Eva A. Cab read yours before. Thank you very much. 1852D Derek with the gifted tier 1 sub. Gifted on behalf of Ada Stardust because they linked me one-winged Joe. Thank you all very, very much. Thank you all so very much. Beautiful. Beautiful. Thank you all so much. Seriously, it means a lot to me. Hey, Chariot! Feels good, right? We've been having a blast today. We've been having a blast. Prosy Rosie says, I realize your soundboard is you stimming in front of an audience. No, me stimming in front of an audience is whenever I tap my leg, play with my piercing, do my tongue thing, or when I play with this little fidget cube that I play with all the time where you guys can't see. That's me stimming in front of an audience. Don't get it twisted. I don't have the fidget spinner anymore. The fidget spinner broke. Unfortunately, I dropped it and it snapped, but I do have the little fidget cube, which I fuck with literally constantly. You often can't hear it, but sometimes you can probably pick it up, but you'd have to be listening pretty closely to catch it most of the time. Rapti with the 5 tier 1 subs. Thank you very, very much. An important read about Kamala's queer rights track record. Yeah, I know she's got a better track record, but I don't know. I'm not really here to like boost her up that much. We're mostly here to, but I'll definitely give this a read. I really appreciate that. I'll definitely give it a read. I already actually, I talked about this a little bit in the past, that she does have a history of being more pro-LGBT, which is great. Thank you very, very much, Rapti. I really appreciate that. Well, I'll read through this and then we'll probably talk about it more. We're definitely going to talk about Kamala Harris a lot, so we'll get our chance for sure. Today, we're mostly trying to have fun on a Sunday. By the way, real quick, a perfect opportunity to announce. This is a perfect opportunity. We've still got 422 viewers, which is genuinely incredible. That is super, super beautiful. 420 now. Wait, yeah, 420 now. So, happy to have you all here. Next Sunday, that's right, next Sunday, the 28th, we will be doing a community call-in stream. So if you want to get your chance to talk to me about all the crazy stuff that's happened, next Sunday will be your chance. So, keep that in mind. It's really easy to get onto the call-in stream. You just call in and we get to chat. I'm going to go for as many hours as I can, as long as my energy holds. We have a really easy sign-up project, but that is process, I should say. That's going to be next Sunday on the 28th, community call-in stream and Signal Night. So, I will fight you on Ronnie and Goldmask. You'll lose. Super easy to lose. So, you know, I understand. Sometimes some people are really into, you know, just getting a nice walloping. And I'll be happy to give it to you, so. Ba, 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 ba. I want to play this again. I don't care. What the hell? No! YouTube! YouTube had a moment. Sorry, everybody. YouTube had a small moment. It's all good. We're back. YouTube had a moment. Just refresh the stream. It's all good. YouTube needs to step down. Margot the Marnome with the $5 says, do you know of any good online resources for voice training? I've been to the trans voice subreddit, but I feel lost in all the giant blocks of written advice full of language that I'm not familiar with. Off the top of my head, I don't know right now. I follow a couple of people who have done good stuff, but I would actually recommend asking in the Discord. I imagine there's people in Discord who have better advice than just going to the Reddit. I don't off the top of my head. I know that if you gave me a little bit of time, I could probably find, there are 2 channels that I follow that do really good voice training advice. One of them is on YouTube. One of them is on Twitter and TikTok. They post their videos on there, but I don't remember them off the top of my head. Thank you very much. Very, very, very much for the $5 donation. I really appreciate that. Calliope says, join the vocal team Discord. They do group sessions and you can find people to practice with. That's awesome. There we go. I trust Calliope, so. Not an android says Gold Mask is the best. Well, you know, it's okay. You can believe that, and we've dealt with a lot of coping, and that's not the craziest coping that I've heard today. So, you know, it's all right. It's all right. We forgive you. There's been a weird aggressive like pushback into the people liking Gold Mask recently, into like not just people liking Gold Mask, but into aggressively ignoring the text of Elden Ring in order to basically be like, Gold Mask is the best. But they're just wrong. I'm not Ronnie coping. The thing is about Ronnie, you don't have to cope at all. Not only do you get, we have 2 things that are going for the camp. The Ronnie cope doesn't exist. You're coping about the existence of Ronnie coping because we got 2 things. First of all, we have dev favoritism. Ronnie has the blessing that the devs gave her the most fleshed out ending and the most content by far, which is, you know, an implicit endorsement of Ronnie's value. Secondly, Ronnie's just correct. It's an easy analysis in the text to come to the conclusion that Ronnie, of all of the endings, has the most reasonable and best shot at making a better world for the lands between. Still flawed, but much better. That sounds like a lot of Ronnie coping. I mean, nice try. Also untrue, Mikola got a whole freaking DLC and he isn't good. Yeah, but Mikola's story kind of sucks. We're going to talk about that. Hey. What's that? I could do 2. Is that okay? Or did you want to? Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's totally fine. I'm not taking them from you, right? You don't? Okay. Okay, all right. Tamale time. And then we're going to do a little moment. We're going to see how everyone feels, and we'll go from there. And by everyone feels, I mean how I feel and what I want to do next is what we're going to do next. Maybe we'll play some Dark Souls. Maybe we'll talk about some stuff. I liked Mikola better when he was called Gwendolyn. I liked Mikola better when they didn't have to do a bunch of last-minute weird changes to try and make the story make sense. And then Mikola came off as an absolute moron whose motivations make no sense. Oh shit, this is so good. I thought this was democratic. We don't do a democracy here. This is a dictatorship. Gotta put a little bit of... Hopefully this doesn't make my tummy hurt more. We'll see though. I think they did Mikola dirty. I just think they were rushed. That's all I'm thinking. And I also have a theory that I will never be able to prove and that no one will ever be able to prove, which is that I believe there were 2 writing teams working on the DLC and portions of the main game at the same time, and that they weren't 100% in communication. I've been thinking on this for like multiple weeks now because I haven't been able to do my segment on the lore of Elden Ring, but you know. Nope, see, you made a mistake already, not an android. You made a really big mistake there. And this is what all like gold mask copers do. It requires them to aggressively ignore the text. Let me just read this out and then I'll roast it. Not an android says, both Mikola and Ronnie shed themselves with their Empyrean flesh. Both are able to compel fanatical loyalty from their followers. Both seek to create a new order outside of the Erd trees, and both are ultimately deeply flawed. Except they don't. See, that's the fucking problem. First of all, you're wrong about Mikola, but I'm not even gonna get into that. You're wrong about Ronnie. There is not a single moment that you can point to where Ronnie compels fanatical following from her followers. You cannot point to that. I challenge you to find it. You won't. In fact, what you'll find instead is multiple moments in which Ronnie tries to convince you to let her do her own thing because she doesn't want to wrap you up in her bullshit. Ronnie literally refuses you multiple times, and only through you choosing and literally being an insano and talking to a doll can you actually progress her storyline. And then she sees, wow, she literally says, like, you are persistent. Maybe I miscalculated about you. Fine. If you're driven to be with me, then come with me along this road, but it's going to be hard. Oops. Looks like, again, my point about gold mask copers having to aggressively misinterpret the actual text of the game in order to have their little fantasy where they can shit on Ronnie because they can't handle the fact that Ronnie might actually just be pretty cool. The people under her are loyal to her station as Princess of Caria. Wrong. Incorrect. Also, misinterpreting the lore of Caria. If you recall, if you knew anything about the lore, if you knew even a single thing, if you paid attention, the singular fact that we know about the Carrion family is that their power came from pacts. In fact, it's so central to the Carrion royal family storyline that Renala, it's part of the Renala boss fight. She summons loyal dragons, loyal wolves, loyal loyal bloodhound knights, and a loyal troll in her boss fight. And if you look into the lore for this, it's because the royal family, the Carrion royal family, operates off of sworn fealty from individuals. If you want to have a pact with the royal family of Caria, who, by the way, are in a diminished position at their current point in the game because they were ousted by the Knights of the Cuckoo, whole thing there. The royal family requires that you swear an oath of fealty. It requires someone to offer themselves. Now, that's not saying it's not without flaws, but what that is saying is that these people are individuals who made promises and peoples who made promises to this family of mutual benefit. And also, the other thing that completely obliterates your theme here is that E.G. is wearing a magical mask that prevents the intervention of, that prevents mind control, all the way to the point of being able to ward off the influence of outer gods. The mirror helm, by the devs, is explicitly stated to be able to ward off the influence of outer gods. Ronnie isn't an outer god. She cannot mind control E.G. Ergo, your theory is pure copium. It's so frustrating. So you're saying fealty isn't exploitative? Kind of bad look, not gonna lie. In comparison to literal outer god compelled mind control, not gonna lie. I'm gonna say, if I have to sit down and go mind controlled by an elder god into having zero capability of consent, your body literally disobeys you, versus swearing an oath of fealty in a broken world where you might have some power imbalances, but ultimately you can say, I like you the most, I'm gonna give you my sword, here's my sword. I'm gonna say I'm gonna go with the oath of fealty, just saying, you know? Just saying. Also true, imagine not swearing fealty to your own wife. True! Dear Mama, the ultimate Ronnie simp? Incorrect. In order to be a simp, you must be a sucker for mediocre pussy. And I don't know if you've been paying attention, but there ain't no fucking mediocre pussy going on here. In fact, I don't even know if there is a pussy. Chariot, no, there's a dick. That's the thing. The audio is cutting out in a rhythmic pattern? Is anybody else getting that? That would be bad. Is anybody else having that issue? Okay, no one else is getting that. That's on your end, Fabian. Sorry. That's your end. We're getting some audio stutters. I wonder what's causing that. That's not good. I'll try and look into what's going on. I'll try and fix it for next stream. People just uncritically accept Ronnie because she's pretty. Do you see what I mean when I say gold mask cope? That is like the most pathetic straw man. That's all you can do is just, you have to go to an ad hom. You have to call people a simp. I know why people like Gold Mask, because he appeals literally, and this is in the text of the game, he appeals to the idea that there is a perfected form of order, that you can, if with the right person, the right impartial person, that you can have a golden order that works perfectly, a golden order that excludes the living dead, that frowns upon the omen, but that you could do it equitably. But yeah, sorry. He's the ultimate liberal. He is. He's quite literally, yes. Gold Mask, we love Gold Mask, okay? I can appreciate Gold Mask as a character, but he is the ultimate lib. He's critical of the Hunters of the Dead in the same way liberals are fucking critical of, the same way that liberals are critical, but they're not actually able to do anything about it. And they're not able to realize that they're, same way liberals are critical of fascists, but they're not able to actually do much against them. Their own ideology gives fascists way too much room and even empowers them at times. No, he doesn't. He dies. You do something about it by becoming a god, and then who knows what happens after that. I don't trust your character. He discovers a mathematically perfect order. Liberal! You are a liberal! If you believe you can mathematically calculate ethics. Liberal! You are a liberal! Oh my god!
Oh my god! He admitted it!
I'm sorry, but I don't know how you can walk up and be like, he calculated the perfect the perfect utilitarian worldview, and not be like, oh, I might have missed something up here. Yes, Killjoy 40K. Basically, exactly, yes. Chariot says, by the way, the mathematically perfect order thing is a reference to an actual Christian apologetic that does actually really have ethical implications. I know, it's super interesting. Not an Android says the world and life itself literally operates off the principles of the Elden Ring. It's literally the source code of reality. Let me show you something real quick. Though. Hold on, let me just... That is debatable, but I want to show you something real quick. Hold on, let me just show you something real quick. Let me bring this up. I want to show you what the Golden Order looks like. The thing that Gold Mask is trying to perfect. Hold on, let me just find it. Here we go. Okay. Let me just find, I want to find the two images. I'm going to put them side by side. Yeah, here we go. Beautiful. Here we go. Okay. So, I'm going to show you two images. All right, first, right here. This right here is an image of the Elden Ring under the previous unknown god, okay? This is what was known as the primordial crucible, or at least is strongly associated with the primordial crucible, okay? And what you'll notice is that this version of the Elden Ring, don't worry, Windleby, this is not for the DLC, okay? This is all base game. We're not talking about DLC at all, I promise. Okay? There's nothing here that we're talking about that's in the DLC. Maybe some people in chat are, but I apologize. So this right here is the Elden Ring under the former god. The Elden Lord of this ring is presumably Placidusax, okay? The ancient dragon. Now, this Elden Ring, as you'll notice, has weaving roots that weave through the world. And these represent a certain order that you could perhaps interpret as life. Like life being able to structure itself, life being able to evolve. The rings, there are rings of a certain type of order. But you'll also notice that these rings branch out. They're fuzzy at spots, and they branch out and bend and evolve and change as they proceed downwards, okay? Now, I'm going to show you another piece, okay? This is the Golden Order, okay? The Golden Order, this is the Golden Order as crafted by Marika and Radagon. You'll notice two things. One, that the rings are very rigid. Now they're crumbling, they're rusting, but that's not what we're going to focus on for right now. But you'll notice the rings are very central, they're very rigid, they're not fuzzy anywhere at all. And behind them is a literal grid-like lattice that appears something like a cage or a bar or a binding structure. And also further into this, you'll notice that at the bottom, there is a harsh line containing the Elden Ring at the top and at the bottom. Notice how different these two things are? Very different Elden Rings. Very different conceptions of reality. The Golden Order under Marika and Radagon is an extremely rigid and arguably mathematical, empiricist order that has very little room for any sort of movement or change whatsoever. It is an order of arrested flows. It is an order of binding. Sockdun left based and death abolitionism pilled. Well, that didn't work out very well for the Golden Order. Partially because the way in which they attempted to banish death was completely illogical and self-contradictory. Keep in mind that immortality was a part of the Crucible. There were beings that lived, if not forever, nearly forever. But also the Crucible was a order of flows. Things that died could continue living in other forms. They cycled and became other things. They didn't do real death abolitionism. Well, we're not going to get into that because I imagine that, you know, we probably have some differing opinions on this, but yeah. Yes, Killjoy. Not an android says, Goldmask perfects the Golden Order by perfecting the configuration of the outer gods and protecting it from the influence of the gods. Goldmask's idea is the ultimate arrest. It is like taking a picture of your family and saying, this is my family now. The influence of the gods has disappeared. The family has been frozen in time and space. We did it. It's the end of history, folks. Nothing can change ever again. It's perfected. And of course, we know that's a load of crock because in order, and this is how you could just, once again, by analyzing the text of the game, the fact that you take Marika's place, you repair Marika, and you take the place of the Elden Lord in Goldmask's ending, indicates that Goldmask did not remove the power of the gods, that the Order is ultimately still built exactly on the power of the outer gods. Either way, you take Marika's place. Unless you do Ronnie's ending. It's actually unclear if it makes you Elden Lord. You become her consort. Ronnie is the vessel of the Elden Ring in her ending. Where does she take it? She fucking pitches it into deep space to go figure out what the fuck is going on. Still flawed. She's still ultimately taking godlike power onto herself. But her idea is, we need to get this Elden Ring as far away from the lands between and the nightmares that it's caused as possible, and we need to go figure out what the hell's going on in outer space. Of course she does, because she's in love with you and you're in love with her. Of course she's going to call you her lord. You are her lord. Ronnie's the only one who's actually willing to go figure out what's going on. None of the other endings, actually one other ending, Chaos Flame. Chaos Flame is the only other one that actually says, okay, we need to actually challenge the order that is. A lot of people are fans of the Frenzied Flame ending. It depends. I think the Frenzied Flame ending is very interesting. And I think by certain interpretations you could say it's like an ideal ending. But what it does mean is that the Frenzied Flame means the end of all that is. It is a complete wiping of the slate clean. It is reduction. The Frenzied Flame reduces everything to its most elemental parts. It is basically saying we're doing the Big Bang again, maybe. It's saying we're burning literally everything in existence, and all that's going to be left is loose electrons, and what happens, happens. If Superman existed, would we have a moral obligation to kill him? Isn't that sort of the question behind The Boys? What about the Poo-Poo Man ending? My interpretation of Dung Eater and Fia's endings is that they are two sides of the same coin. Both factions are fixated on the suffering, the unjust suffering of a persecuted minority group within the lands between, and both of them take them in different directions. The Dung Eater's ending is basically fuck you, we're the gods now. The omens are everyone will be an omen. You will all bear the curse, and it will be a curse that's worse than you could possibly imagine for what you did to us. It is the ultimate revenge fantasy. Whereas Fia's ending is saying, no, actually, we are going to grant acceptance and basically assimilation to those who walk in death. It's saying now, you know, now we're having equality. Now those who walk in death have a seat at the table. There's a prince of death now who could balance things out. They're kind of like two versions of the same thing. They're both dealing with a different group, and their way of dealing with it is like, one is like, how do we integrate this person into the world that is, and the other one is, fuck you, we are in charge of the world as it is, and now it's your turn to suffer. Not an Android says, I need to fight you when I get on VC for Signal Night because I can't type all my thoughts at once. I mean, it's going to be the same stuff, right? But it's okay. We'll try it again. Once again, you'll come at me, and once again, you'll be thrown to the ground. It's all right. This is the struggle, and I know how it goes. The cycle continues, and yeah. I don't have to. See, you keep saying that. You're insisting, but you have to insist in all caps. It's so funny. But do I look disturbed? I'm sitting here enjoying my lunch. I'm confident. Does anyone else hear white noise in the background? Yes, it's my AC, and I apologize. I know it's not ideal. Soon, I will hopefully have a fan, a very quiet fan, that will be able to run in this room and keep me cool so I don't have to have the AC, the door open for the AC. But until then, yeah, we're going to have some white noise in the background. Yeah. Yeah, it'll be better in winter. Winter will be great. It won't be so hot in here. Or rather, it will be warm in here, but it'll like counteract the cold. The game, Elden Ring really is a masterpiece. I agree. Elden Ring is a true masterpiece. I think the DLC is not as good as the base game, but I still like it a lot, and I think it probably deserves Game of the Year. I don't know. Animal Well is still up there for me. Animal Well is definitely still up there for me. Dark Slime Zero says, I'm more of a lore story kind of gamer. Would Elden Ring still be a good game for me? Elden Ring has one of the most dense, endlessly pursuable lores ever. The game is difficult, but it's not as... There are a lot of solutions and ways to beat the game. You can always summon friends to help you beat the bosses. Elden Ring has a lot more tools for overcoming the bosses than previous Souls games, and the lore and story is magnificent. It's like, I mean, I would put it as like similar to like stepping into any other of like a George R.R. Martin creation. It is a fully fleshed out and really beautiful world with so much lore that these types of conversations happen all the time. So. I'm absolutely obsessed about the lore. Yes, but much like your idol, you miss the forest for the trees and therefore are deceived. No hate, but just gotta say it as it is, you know? Just gotta say it how it is. That's not true, though, Crumple Punch. Crumple Punch says, I have never been able to connect to how FromSoft tells its story through item descriptions rather than using characters and dialogue. FromSoft does use characters and dialogue quite a bit. It's just that there is a lot of there are two types of storytelling in FromSoft games. There is the local, which is the literal story that your character and the characters that you meet are on, and then there is the history aspect. The history is told through item descriptions and context clues in the world and small bits that you discover through observation. Whereas the local stories are told through characters and dialogue, just like anything else. Demon Souls, in fact, is like the game that the least amount of information comes from item descriptions in a game like Demon Souls. Almost all of the world information in Demon Souls comes directly from characters telling you things. But in the later games, it's like you learn more about these limited characters from what they tell you. But if you want to know more about the world, the characters aren't really going to tell you that. You have to go seek that out yourself and puzzle things together. And I think that it's worth exploring, and it's definitely a different style, and I guess it's not for everyone, but I find it very interesting. I mean, it's the same way as how if you just talk to your friends, you know, if you talk to your friends in your life, you could have a very, very fulfilling life and learn many, many interesting things. But if you wanted to know about the history of the world, you'd have to go pick up books. You'd have to go talk to many, many people who might not be people you directly associate in order to learn about a broader history of the world. The same thing applies to Dark Souls. I just beat Demon Souls. It was incredible. Demon Souls is fantastic. Demon Souls drives me crazy, but I really love it. I disagree. Crumple Punch says, like, you would have no clue what Morgoth's deal was unless you read a ton of stuff. Sure you do. He explicitly tells you. He says that you're a foul tarnished, that the fire of ambition draws you forward, and that he wants to put an end to you. That's the deal. If you want to know, like, if you want to find out everything about that character, yeah, you got to do some digging. But he basically straight up tells you. Other creatures don't tell you because they can't speak. So yeah, if you want to learn about them, you have to do some, like, you know, academic type stuff. Anything's possible at this point, Cleaver 120. Anything's possible. Truly, I don't know. I'm enjoying talking about Elden Ring. I kind of want to just do this for a little bit longer. I wanted to play Dark Souls 2, but I don't know if I have the energy to play Dark Souls 2 for very long, and I'm really enjoying just talking about stuff. Oh yeah, true. Good point, Chariot. Later on in the game, Godfrey literally cradles Morgoth's body, and Morgoth goes on a rant about the demigods. So he kind of does tell you his whole deal. It's just like if you want to learn all the like certain aspects, you got to dig for it a little bit. I love that. I don't know. I like that. I don't think it's like I think everything's there if you don't want to dig, but yeah. Okay, Morgoth is a bad example because he actually speaks, but take an iconic boss from Dark Souls 1, Ornstein and Smough. Why are those guys fighting me? I can only find out from reading their drops. Well, you can only fully understand their motivations if you, I mean, you walked into their place with a sword. Like, you walked into their castle wielding, like, a bunch of weapons as, like, a stinky undead. I feel like if somebody barged into the front of your house wielding a sword, that you would fight them too, right? Like, in Dark Souls 1, yeah, obviously you're not going to know everything about the guy whose door you just kicked down and try to kill. Like, I don't know. Ostensibly, their queen wanted me to go there and talk to her, but I mean, she doesn't really. Like, you're just kind of going there. You're kind of following your urges. You're following the fires of ambition. Sparkle Cat says, I would be intensely aroused if someone walked into my house with a sword. Well, there are those characters too. But I don't think Ornstein and Smough are them. Damn, that's so cool. Oh my god. That's so cool. Sorry, I got distracted because the dev of Mortal Sin just posted that they broke 2,000 reviews. That they've gotten over 1,000 reviews of their little indie game in 7 months, and they've been doing a lot of work and that it's paid off. And in the comments is the developer of another game called Dungeons of Blood and Dream, which is one that that's on my list to play. I really enjoyed Mortal Sin. Anyway, sorry, this is a random thing, but I'm happy to see that. It makes me so happy. I feel like such incredible joy when I see indie games succeed. Indie games with really wild visual and design styles, extremely creative, cutting-edge stuff. I love seeing it succeed. I love seeing it succeed in this type of way. This is just, it makes me feel good. Sekiro definitely has a more conventional storytelling style, that's for sure. Have you played Hades? It's a really great indie game. Yeah, is Hades really an indie game? It's a mid-sized studio, but they're like a pretty big mid-sized studio. I guess it is an indie game. But anyway, yeah. Yeah, I have, and I played the shit out of Hades. I've even played it on stream, but it was a long time ago. I'm excited for Hades 2, but I'm not playing it until it's out. I don't feel like it this time. Did you ever play Pyre? I've never played Pyre. I want to play Pyre in the future. Are you gonna get Black Myth Wukong when it comes out? It didn't really appeal to me. I was looking at it and it didn't really vibe with me. But I might try it. It didn't look my style. Have you played Nier Replicant? No, I've played Nier Automata, but I haven't got to play Nier yet. The Nier Replicant yet, but I want to. Have you played Battletoads? Yeah, I have played Battletoads. I've never beaten Battletoads, but I've played Battletoads. Quick, someone donate $100 so she plays Dark Souls 2 tonight. What time? How many hours? I told Doe that I wouldn't go for too long. I want to stream again this week. I have so much. Have you seen Forever Winter? Sounds like a game that might be up your alley. Let me see. I haven't. Let's take a look. Oh wait, yes I have. Yes I have. I have seen this. I've been watching a bunch of stuff about this. I really love the idea. I'm really interested to see how it actually goes. That's the game where you play as the little... Yeah, you play as like a looter, and there's a bunch of like there's Battlefield. Like the game is very focused on Battlefield simulation. It looks really interesting. The basic idea is that like you're supposed to be basically like an ant, but you can provoke the ire of the wars going on, and like you drop into a zone, and there'll be like multiple factions battling each other. and they do under certain rules. So like if you go into a restricted area, they might attack you. If you attack them, they might attack you, but they have like, the AI is supposed to have really, really complicated threat analysis. So like you're supposed to ideally be able to like crawl through a battle where there's big mechs shooting at each other and stealing shit and not actually get shot at unless you draw their attention. It's pretty interesting. It seems pretty fascinating. We'll see how it actually goes. Ox Pecker says, watching my friends and my brother playing Bloodborne while on LSD was such a regrettable non-choice. I didn't think about it till years later when From Software graphics suddenly always look like the pixels are about to explode. I feel like playing Bloodborne on LSD is like ideal. In fact, no. In fact, someone I know, you may have spent a lot of time fixating on Bloodborne art while on LSD and had a real good time with it. Honestly, playing video games on LSD seems pretty hard unless the dose is pretty low, but today's been such a successful stream. I'm really happy for today's stream. Nearly 800 likes on the stream. People had a really good time earlier. We peaked at like 600 viewers. That's sick as hell. That's with a lot of other people streaming too. Feels good. Not gonna lie. Feels good. I'm happy you were here too, Rusty Shackelford. I feel I really shouldn't overdo it tonight, but I want to talk a little bit more about some of this stuff and then we'll maybe wrap up. I really don't want to overdo it. I've been feeling like hell. Ox Pecker says, it had its moment, but my friend Spencer, who we called Doffy, was fighting that dancing sword bitch, and that was ideal until we started peeking and my brother started thinking about his ex. And I was like, aw, shit. Are you on LSD right now? This sentence is written in such a funny way. Like, my friend Spencer, we sometimes call him Doffy. You're like, sounds like... It sounds like a Joe Biden ramble. You know, I had a friend named Spencer. We sometimes called him Doffy. And he was fighting a dancing sword bitch, and that was ideal until my brother started peeking and thinking about his ex, and things just went downhill from there. And I don't know, the Bloodborne, they say that you got to get eyes on the inside of your head, but, you know. And then the pizza arrived, and I was thinking there going, maybe I got eyes inside of my pizza. Well, anyway. Oh, thanks, Amelia. I appreciate that. Wait, why can't you clip, Uncle Gumbald? Oh, because you're tired. Oh, okay, I see. Now, Gold Mask was a bad dude. What did he say? What did he say about the swim caps? Where he's like, he had a swimming cap on, and so I told him, Get down from there. What does he say in the Cornpop story? Hold on. Oh my god, the Cornpop the Cornpop monologue is on genius.com. What? That's so funny. And Cornpop, and Gold Mask was a bad dude. He ran with a bunch of bad priests. And I did back in those days, to show you how things have changed, one of the things you had to use, if you used a gold mask on your face, you had to wear a baby cap. So he's up on the board and he wouldn't listen to me, and I said, hey Renala, you off the board or I'll come up there and drag you off. Well, he came off and he said, I'll meet you outside. My car, well, this was mostly public housing behind us. I parked my horse. I parked my horse outside the gates of Lanedale, and he said, I'll be waiting for you. He's waiting with me for 3 guys and straight razors, not a joke. There's a guy named Bill Wright Mouse. He was the only tarnished guy out there. He did all the pools. He was a mechanic, and I said, what am I gonna do? He said, come down in the basement. We're mechanics, all the mechanics. I should say perfumers. We're all the perfumers, all the pool builder is. You know, a chain, there used to be a chain that went across the deep end, and he cut off a 6-foot length of chain. He folded up, he said, you walk out with that chain, you walk to the car, and you say, you may cut me, man, but I'm gonna wrap this chain around your head. Oh my God, this ramble goes so long. I said, you're kidding me. He said, no, if you don't come back. And he was right, so I walked out with the chain. I walked up to my horse, and in those days, you remember, the razors, you had to bang them on the curb, getting them rusty, putting them in a rain barrel, getting them rusty. And I looked at him, but I was smart. I was smart then. I said, first of all, when I tell you to get out the board, you get out the board. I'll kick you out again. But I shouldn't have called you Renala of the full moon. And I apologize for that. I apologize. But I didn't know that apology was going to work. He said, you apologize to me? I said, I apologize, but not for throwing you out. But I apologize for what I said. He said, okay, and he closed his razor. My heart started to beat again. Actually incredible. I'll get that one next time we do an Elden Ring segment. I'll try to remember that, and I'll do it with the right words. I won't say car, and I won't say public housing, and I'll say perfumers instead of mechanics. But not tonight. I don't have the energy to do it again. Takes an odd amount of mental energy to try and replicate Joe Biden's storytelling style, and I didn't even come close. I want you to imagine just how, I don't know, crazy. I just saw a post. This is bait, by the way. This is the most excellent bait ever. Remember the Halo 2 vending machine that was sold at an auction? Well, apparently somebody finally cleaned all the graffiti off. Looks hella good now. Incredible level of bait. Beautiful. Posted by the dev of BC Piezophile, by the way. Incredible. Beautiful. You just don't see people posting high quality bait anymore. Why are there so many good... Why are there so many good Elden Ring memes? And then we got this one, of course. We got the Limmy at the gates of the fucking Erd tree. Love it. Love it. You know, the algorithm just serves me good Elden Ring tweets now. Okay, except for this one was posted by a based poster. This one was posted by Lonely Tiefling. One of the realest. One of the realest. Lonely Tiefling, big shout out. Excellent poster. You don't have the right. Oh, you don't have the right. You don't have the right. Oh, you don't have the right. Listen, the white soapstone game in Elden Ring is truly next level. Next level. I gotta say it's incredible. The blank O blank is like so powerful. Like it's just like Elden Ring. Oh, Elden Ring. So incredibly good. Like, there's just so many uses for it. Friend. Oh, friend. Laggardly sort. Oh, laggardly sort. I like plump sort. Oh, plump sort. Just, the blank oh blank is just too powerful. It's just too good. Stay strong, Skeleton. Yeah, don't give up, Skeleton came back for Elden Ring. Friend, oh friend, don't give up, Skeleton. Genuinely incredible. Da 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 da. It's been a long time without you, my friend. It's back in my head again. It's dug a hole in my skull. All my trans references outside of the Grand Library get ignored. Pearls before swine. Yeah. You know, there's a lot of misses. People get the Fortnite. The Fortnite gets overused. The hole, the try butthole, those ones overused. But there are some real golden ones out there. I have a couple that are appreciated by a niche audience. Okay. There was a highly upvoted. So one of the ones that I got that got a lot of upvotes was it was like there was a bunch of torture implements, and somebody had one on the ground that said they were naked, and it said, "If I only had a master." And then I did mine standing in front of them with like a jeweled outfit and a little hat, and I did the pointing down, and I said, "Praise the master." That one got a nice solid amount of upvotes. Not enough, not like 10,000, you know, but a couple hundred. And I was like, you know, you probably saw mine, Uncle Gumbald, because I put multiple. I had one in the DLC as well, and that one got like 192 or something. Pretty good. They're appraisals? Excuse me, they're not upvotes, they're appraisals. You know, like, how dare you?
Bazinga.
True. True. You're technically correct, but was it worth it? Actually, they're not called updates. Updates are what I get on Reddit for correcting people's grammar. I have you know. Why is Kyle Kulinski going so hard right now? Kyle Kulinski is on Twitter right now just insulting the appearances of everyone who's like insulting Joe Biden. This person, Mike Lee. Are we sure Joe Biden knows he's out of the race? Kyle Kulinski, Mike, you look like a thumb. I don't understand why he's like... This is like the third one I've seen. David Sachs. One candidate survived assassination, the other staged a coup. Your choice, America. Secular talk. Kyle Kulinski says, let epic burn, Mr. Ball Sachs. Hope you get the tax cut you want. What the fuck? Why is he being... This is so funny. Here we go. The president's schedule for the week ahead lands. No public events, no public events. Julie Kelly says, absolutely unacceptable. What the fuck is going on? Kyle Kulinski says, you have 2 first names. He has COVID. Shouldn't you be happy he's not in office since you hate him anyway? Here we go. Here's another one. Look at this. He's just at it. Chip Roy says, is the president of the United States in charge? Hashtag where is Joe Biden? Secular talk. Kyle Kulinski says, your name sounds like a knockoff brand of cookies from the dollar store. I'm so here for it. Oh, man. Here we go. Here's another one. We got another one. Doge designer says, I fully endorse President Trump, Elon Musk. Secular talk Kyle Kulinski replies, Epstein bros. Ooh, he's at David Sachs again. He's calling him Mr. Ball Sacks again. Don't overuse it though. Holy shit! John Fetterman, John Fetterman says, spare me the soaring accolades from people with their fingerprints on the blade in our president's back. Kyle Kulinski says, John Fetterman's upset that the only other politician who struggles to talk is leaving. Broken heart emoji, sad emoji. Holy shit! He's going crazy! Oh, man. Oh, he's still going! Will Chamberlain says, really simple, under-discussed reason why Kamala Harris shouldn't be president. No children. Secular Talk replies, you look like a man in an erectile dysfunction ad. Ooh! Oh, man. That's so good. Oh, this one's pretty good. I'll give him credit for this one too. This is the fake news photoshopped image of Kamala Harris with Jeffrey Epstein, which was retweeted by Ben Garrison, but it's literally a fake photoshopped image. And Kyle Kulinski says, supporters of a guy that has 400 pictures with Epstein would like you to be mad about pictures with Epstein that are completely made up. Pretty good. Solid. Not as quippy as the other ones, but still pretty good. The Fetterman one is brutal. Brutal. Oh, incredible. Oh man, the Republicans are trying to say that Kamala Harris can't be president because she apparently wants to ban plastic straws. They got nothing. They got nothing. Look at this. Senior Trump campaign advisor Jason Miller says a major liability for Kamala Harris is that she wants to ban plastic straws. Oh man. It's over for the Republicans. It's so over for them. True. True, Chariot. True. 15-minute cities. What can I say except you're welcome? Okay, it's time. I can't do it anymore. I can't do it anymore. Sean Farish, Captain Deplorable, the host of Ungoverned on LFA TV, constitutional conservative, high energy New York to Tennessee. Trump's first retweet on Truth Social. Kamala Harris puts out a statement. Hawk Tua. I am going to say it. The fact that Hawk Tua has even remotely gained any traction is truly a sign of how bad the times are. It's just how desperate and pathetic and dried out must the meme frontier be. And of course, this is even worse, because what is this even supposed to imply? Oh my God. That makes me so happy that there's so many people asking, what the fuck even is this? Yeah, there's nothing wrong with the girl who said it. She didn't do anything wrong. But the fact that people turn it into a meme is just like, it's a sign of the times, you know? It's sexism? Like, it's saying that she's like the girl that the right wing has been praising? Like, the right wing has been saying that the Hawk Tua girl is like the victory over the gays. So now they're saying Kamala Harris is like a victory over the gays? It's... what? I don't... They got nothing. This is just so pathetic and desperate. They're saying Kamala only got her political career by blowjobs? Really? But that's... really, though? Mr. Krabs, if you ask me again, I swear to God I will never take another meme from you. I'm clearly discussing something else right now. Jesus fucking Christ. I understand that's the obvious implication, like we can come to that conclusion, but like that's like being like, I don't know, this is like the equivalent of like saying I'm Kamala Harris and then going and making like a dick sucking face. It's like that weak. There are like a dozen viral conservative posts exactly like this. Oh my God, oops, I shouldn't have spoken too early. That's literally all it is. I spoke too soon. Yo! Gabsty 1989, thank you so very much. Seriously, thank you so much. Oh my God, thank you so much for your generosity. Seriously, thank you. They have nothing. They really got nothing. Something we're all going to have to learn to do in the coming days, but and I shouldn't say we, I'm using the royal we here. Something that liberals are going to need to learn to do in the coming days is genuinely ignore everything that Republicans are putting out. Like, I'm seeing a ton of people trying to like debunk the like, I am a woman and I am sitting at the table wearing a blue suit thing. And it's like, literally not worth your time. Remember how like 2 seconds ago I was like, why are they playing this? And then I played it and I went, it's pretty obvious that she must be at a place where they're like people who are vision impaired, and then we moved on. There are like a ton of people like mobilizing to try and debunk that and be like, misinformation, don't spread disinfo. It's like, dude, they're gonna do a ton of this. It's gonna be like, they have nothing, so they're just gonna be grabbing any moment. They're gonna be like, anything that they could possibly, you won't even be able to predict it. You just gotta ignore them. And of course, you know, I guess you gotta blow up the stuff that like is the stupidest shit that they say so that you can make fun of them, but I don't know. They're just gonna say, don't take it seriously, basically is what I'm saying. Saying literally just make fun of them for being pathetic. That's the best thing. People forgot this because we're like out of the debate era. Hey Yoda. Hi baby. You okay? Hi baby. We're out of the debate era, but something you have to remember is that the weak point of Republicans is making them feel embarrassed and stupid, and they lose their cool, and then they fuck everything up. If you try to, if you're dealing with a conservative, and you try to like deal with them on the facts, then you end up with the fucking Gish Gallopin' Rob Noor type thing, where they just like spit out, they're like, well actually, did you know about the time when there was a cat box in a school because there was an other kid that was, which is basically like somebody when they're a trans animal, and then you go, that's not true, and then they go, well actually, you know, it actually was true. There was a lady who had giant fake tits and she was trying to become a teacher and she was transgender, and you go, well actually she wasn't actually transgender, and actually she wasn't trans at all. That was a publicity stunt done by a right-wing provocateur. And then they go, well actually, did you know about the guy in Portland who was he was actually secretly working for George Soros, and also he probably visited, he was known to have been a Former BlackRock agent, you go, actually, that's not true. They just do the gish gallop all over the place. Instead, what you do is, dude, do you know how to breathe? Like, can you take a moment? It sounds like you're very afraid of trans people, and like you're basically pissing and shitting yourself right now because you have to talk to one. Can you take a moment and catch your breath? We don't want your fucking blood pressure to go through the roof because I know, God knows, you don't have health insurance because Donald Trump doesn't believe in that shit. And then they go, and they pop. So, yeah. Is he still around? Apparently he is, yeah. Which, I mean, hey, credit for sticking it out. It's not easy. Sexism is about to turn up to 1 million since a woman is about to run for president. Hey, not to like rain on your parade, but I don't know if you know this, but sexism never went down, like at all. Like if you spend any time on social media, if you are a woman on the internet, your experience is just like basically nonstop sexism. They never turned it off, so it's not like exactly gonna go up. It's gonna basically stay the same. We might see a little more of it, like because it'll be directed at public posts of the president or of the presidential candidate, but it's gonna be the same level it always has been. Like, just so you know, like, in fact, honestly, it might actually, Kamala Harris might actually tank it for the rest of us, you know? Like, she might pull a lot of the attention away from everybody else. Because while they haven't had a woman to yell at in public office in a while, well, okay, they had AOC. And you see how they treat AOC, but they just directed at everyone else. I can tell you from firsthand experience just how much sexism is like baked into the fucking DNA of the world at this point in time. Yeah. Killjoy says, people forget that it was like last year that the top Twitch streamers were victims of deepfake porn created by a friend of theirs and a Twitch staffer. Yeah, it's deranged. It's actually demented. People are trying to meme Germa as Kamala Harris's VP pick. Yes! Personally, I would, I would prefer it if Northern Lion, no hate to Germa. Germa's one of the greatest, but he's retired now, you know? He's been out of the game for a couple months. Can he really do it? Northern Lion's at the peak of his game, but he's Canadian. That's the problem. So, you know, Germa's got my vote. Germa, is that an Italian disease? You can't pretend. That, come on. I know you watch Germa. You can try and swear it off, but we know. We can tell. All right, everybody. I'm getting really tired, and I don't want to overdo it. We did 5 hours and 15 minutes of stream, which is short for me, but long for a lot of streamers. I want to make sure that I'm able to stream again later this week so we can actually play some video games, because it's been way too long. We've had a lot of really successful streams, but I've been a little bummed that we haven't done much gaming content lately, and I want to fix that. I really want to fix that. It's just been a tough month, you know? A lot of shit happening, a lot of downtime for stuff going on in my personal life. So I'm going to go rest up. I'm going to go take some time, think about stuff, and I will be back later this week with more content for you all to enjoy. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for supporting me. Seriously, it means the world to me. This is a viewer-supported show, as all of you here know. I don't need to even say it again. Seriously, thank you all so much. And remember, rule number 1, do not frickin' die. Do not frickin' die.